Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. How are you guys doing today? I know how I'm doing. I am unbreaded. Oh my God. That was something. That was something yesterday. I don't know what it was, but it was something. Quit obsessing with your toaster's mechanicus, boy. What? Okay. I don't know what you got. Or I don't know what you're talking about. Toaster's mechanicus. You need more racist 800-page manifesto tirades? Okay. Well, Attorney Tom, what did you miss? What didn't you miss? What didn't you miss? Well, you certainly missed anything above counter height level. But here's the gist of it. What you missed yesterday was the greatest piece of American literature ever created. It was submitted for peer review at UCLA, and apparently it failed. It failed peer review, but it's the greatest piece of American literature ever made. And the writer of it is a champion of diversity and truth. And I for one am thoroughly upset at the treatment that he's received. With that today, so I know there are many people who would like me to just spend my entire life reading that book, that wonderful, wonderful book. It's technically 9 books. They would like me to spend my entire life reading those 9 books to you, which I will not do. I will not do that as much as I want to. However, I have found a way. I found a way to, I think, satisfy the itch without scratching too hard. Because if you were to just read the entire manifesto cover to cover, I think it would lose a little bit of its luster. Just as a professional of tomfoolery, I think it would start to get old and tired, and I think we would start to see some of the hair on the peach, as it were, if you do it all at once. So instead, I've come up with a solution. As a professional and as a personal genius, we will have, rather than reading it all at once, we will have a Michael Harris moment. Basically every day for the next, it'll take 3 years, I think, roughly, well, little with breaks and stuff, close to 3 years. So I have downloaded a randomizer. And what I will do is every day we'll hit the randomizer between 1 and 805, and we'll read a page, whatever page it is, from the randomizer. I think that's the way to do it. No context needed. The words of the prophet will be heeded. And since it rhymes, That's true. Since it rhymes, that's true. But that's how we're going to do it. Our daily unbreaded. Yes. Oh, oh my God. There it is. There it is. Our daily unbreaded. So that's the segment that we will have from now on for the foreseeable future. I think at some point maybe I'll put together a random. I didn't have time to do anything like this today because I don't really know how. I'm sure there's an easy way to do it, but put together a permanent randomizer that checks off the list so we go through all of the pages. But for now, we'll just start it with wherever we go. And I have some plans on how to deal with it. Slaglust. Yes, I've heard about the Mario 64 update that came out. I've heard about that. But today, overall, once we get rolling here in a little bit, we're gonna actually get into the Waffle House shooter testimony. There's a couple different things I would like to watch. So there's that. And then we'll get into the SCOTUS hearings. Gosh, this beard, I need to trim up. I look like a hobo, and we learned about hobos yesterday. The hobo is not to be trusted. Not to be trusted. The homeless are disgusting. Why can't I have my own things? Yeah, I cannot look like this anymore. So I have to fix that tomorrow too. Just this stuff poking out. Oh gosh, just terrible. Just got to even things up. Anyway, so we're gonna look at the naked Waffle House shooter, some testimony there tonight, and then I really want to finish up those Supreme Court abortion arguments that I started months ago. I would like to finish those arguments before the Supreme Court reaches their decision or renders their decision. Which I presume they would want to do before Breyer dies or retires or whatever. That's coming up. When is he out? When is Breyer leave? I mean, I know he's announced his retirement now. But when is he actually leaving? I mean, not soon enough, but also not late enough. The Democrats can't have him go out now because they don't even have a majority. They would lose right now because if they disagreed on party lines, they would lose because their homeboy had a stroke and he's not currently working. But yeah, I'm kind of curious. June, July, sometime this summer. Okay, at the end of the term. Gotcha. Oh, you're here tonight, Ryan? You're just here tonight because I didn't actually fully respond to your text. I get it. All right, so at the end of the term, he's out, which always leaves potential for shenaniganery. Is that a word? Shenaniganery? Because that's still a couple months away. I have like 8 different drinks here. None of them that I like. For my nightly bitching about things, boiled eggs are now off the menu for me, which was fun because I lost all the other types of eggs earlier due to this shitty taste thing. But last night, boiled eggs went south. They were my mainstay. I was putting boiled eggs on like basically fried rice, since other proteins all taste like trash. So now boiled eggs is gone. The good news is chili seems to be okay still. So I'm going to rely on, I'm going to have to make some chili, which is good. I don't have COVID. I had COVID. This is the after effect. So, yeah, the egg yolks take the whole egg. Actually, the yolks taste kind of fine. It's the outside of the egg tastes disgusting. Um, I don't know what it is. Other things on the menu that I can't eat now, chicken broth. That's a new one from yesterday. That came out of nowhere. Chicken broth is no longer good. I had turkey broth. It was tolerable, but not great. So I don't know about beef broth yet. Just insane. Like, what the hell is this? I feel like a government experience. Unbreaded. So anyway, that's just, there's nothing to this other than it's just me just bitching. Why can't I eat those? So what happened was I got COVID several months ago, and apparently one of the like long-term after effects, some people have issues with their sense of smell and taste. So, for some people, it manifests as they don't taste or smell anything. They just lose them for a while. And then for other people, certain tastes turn into this acrid, disgusting, sewagey taste. And that's what I got. And the things that it hit are all the things I like to eat. Fried foods, chicken, like fried chicken, yes, but just grilled chicken, roast chicken, pork. Um, it can happen to steak. I haven't tried a lot of steak, but apparently I had chili today at a restaurant and it was good. I mean, for restaurant chili. So, I'm going to make some chili. I got some beef spare, short ribs. I'm going to use that to make chili. And then hopefully that'll be good. This has nothing to do with law and everything to do with me bitching during the first 20 minutes of my show. That's what this is what happens when you give a man too much power. And for me, that too much power or is just me yelling for the first 20 minutes of my show before we get into anything of substance. Yeah, try a slow cooked beef stew. Yeah, that might work. I tried a slow cooked pork stew and it was not good. So yeah. Yeah. Someone was asking my vax status. Well, I was just asked this again at the allergist today because I had a med check. I am unvaccinated. I am naturally vaccinated, the old-fashioned way, where I got the thing and now I have my own body has created the antibodies, which is how vaccines would traditionally work. Like that's how they function is some sort of inert normally some sort of inert version of a thing is introduced into your body and your body is prepared to fight off the real thing by developing antibodies on its own. That's the thing. A lot of parents still do this with things like chicken pox, for example, rather than get their kids vaccinated because they went, I lived through chicken pox and it wasn't that big of a deal. So my kid's probably going to live through it too. The weird thing is, kids getting chicken pox isn't a big deal. An adult getting chicken pox can be a really big deal. But yeah, so I have the old fashioned vaccination the way I see it. And I'm fine with that. But I'm not fine with what happened to my taste. So, shingles suck. Yeah, shingles suck. I didn't have shingles. I had chickenpox as a kid. I believe I'm still unvaccinated from chickenpox. Floating hair, floating out here. I don't think I ever got a chickenpox vaccine. I just had chickenpox. I still have a scar on it on my nose somewhere. It's hard to see. You have to be in real resolution to see it. I think it's over here somewhere. Anyway, uh, okay. Apple cider vinegar 1 shot daily. I might as well do Glock 19 1 shot daily. That sounds disgusting. You aren't old enough for shingles yet. Oh yeah, I am. I've had younger in-law siblings have shingles. Okay. So anyway, let me start. Let me get this shit pulled up. Okay, I don't know exactly how we're gonna do this. So one of the things I want to watch is the testimony of the psychologist, but it's kind of a long video. Oh, did anybody see this? Isn't a legal thing, but did anybody see what's going on with Elvira? Elvira is shitting on people or bitching at people or something. Because that's what everybody's doing nowadays. They're all just pissed off at like their fans and stuff like that. Something with the Spotify stuff, I think. No, that's not what I wanted. Go back. Anyway, I don't know much about Elvira, but what I do remember is that apparently she had sex with Tom Jones and had to go to the hospital because Tom Jones is apparently sufficiently endowed. What? Oh my gosh. Before I get started, though, what I am going to have to do is go tell these damn kids to calm down. They're just out here crying. I don't know what's going on. I'll be right back. All right. I'm back. I'm back. It's not a chair stream. Chair Coon, that dirty, dirty slut trying to take over my show. Thoughterly. Nothing but thoughterly coming out of Chair Coon. You have blood on your knuckles? Oh. It's like, what? I do not. Got it. Got the joke. Got the joke. No, no, no. So anyway, that being said, there is one other thing. I'll probably have to make a community post about this or something too and post it everywhere because there's no easy way to just communicate with everybody. I'm starting to release the old live streams that were on the archive channel. They're basically, how this works is they've been sitting privated on this YouTube channel where they were originally done. They're sitting in privated. And when I unprivate them, it sends out a notification as if it's a new video, which it's not. I learned this the last time I tried doing something like that, and I was messing around with an alternative channel and stuff at the time, and I had privated a whole bunch of stuff, and I unprivated it all at once and lost a ton of subscribers because of the notification spam. It was actually really bad for like the algorithm and stuff, because when you release like 50 videos and no one watches them because they've already seen them, uh, YouTube just they just shit all over you. So I'm not doing that, but I am releasing on days where I'm not doing multiple streams or I don't have some other video being released. I am going to be releasing an old live stream, and I'll change the title to archive at the top so people know that it's an old live stream. But there's a ton of people who have not seen some of this content because it's all from like 7 months ago to about a little over around a year ago, I think. So it's like 5 months of content that many people have not seen. They're not aware of because they're new to the channel or whatever. So it's there. It'll be released. But if you see those notifications, it really should only ever be one a day. And that I just wanted to let people know that that's going on. I'm going to make a community post about it, whatever. It just because, but I already saw a bunch of people like, boomer, this video is like a year old and you screwed up. It's like, I know, it's just, that's what happens. That's what happens when you release an old video. So, yeah, if you want to check them out, you can. They remain up for posterity. I try not to take anything down. And I had a scheme for a while where I would live stream here and I would then have the videos uploaded to the archive channel. That turned out to be, it was cumbersome. It destroyed the live chat. It did everything that I didn't like. And so I ended up I stopped doing it because I just did not like the mechanics of it. It didn't work right. I just like to have the live streams here on the channel, but flooding notifications in is not good either. So maybe make a 90-second video explaining it to link to it in each archive video. I can't add anything to the archives, so I can't do that. I can make a 90-second video, but I can't add, I'm not re-uploading them. So it's not like, oh, I need to upload it at the beginning or the end or anything like that. It's the original live streams. The original live chat is preserved from all of them, just like a normal replay. It's all still there. So I can't change anything. If I do change things, like if I were to try and make, I don't think you can add anything, but I could cut stuff out through an edit. That would actually destroy the live chat. But so anyway, that'll be done. All right. We're going to take a peek at this one witness, and I don't think it's that long. About 20 minutes. About 20 minutes of testimony for this first thing. So that's what we're going to start with. It'll be good. Okay, so tomorrow is Thursday. Last couple things I'm trying to get out of. By the way, I had lunch with one of you today. Matt. I had lunch with Matt today, who drove out to the wonderful world of Wilmer, Minnesota, and we had a fine lunch, very good chat. It was great to do. If any of you guys are ever out in this area, I am happy to meet with people, have lunch or have a drink, whatever makes sense. If you contact me and let me know. Matt was going to be out in this area, came out, and we had a delightful time. It was fantastic. So that was very nice. If people don't know, Matt and I's first interaction on this is not Matt from Tinder, Matthew, I guess. His first interaction, he is a prosecutor in Minnesota. And so his first interaction um, was kind of calling me out on something. Well, I think he perceived to be calling me out on something, but it was something that I had not represented in a different way. But I was talking about my frustrations with prosecutors, and he was like, "You don't have that many cases. What do you know?" And then we had a nice chat and talked about it. The other that was a while back, but he's been in the audience from time to time, so it was really fun to have him come out and we had lunch and had a nice conversation between his hearings and me doing a bunch of meetings. So that was great. Did a live chat today as well, as stated that I would do. And then tomorrow, I believe I will be on Open Bar with Critical Drinker. How much butt play is involved? Never enough is the answer. Oh, by the way, rumor has it, Binger has a new job. So Binger may not even be the one prosecuting Zeminski when we get down to it. So yeah, that's something. But yes, tomorrow I will be on Critical Drinker Show during the daytime. I think that happens in the afternoon, in the afternoon hours. And then at night, Mr. Robert Barnes will be joining tomorrow. Mr. Robert Barnes will be joining for the nighttime stream tomorrow. And I'm sure we'll have some good subjects to cover then. Hopefully we can put to bed any nasty rumors that there's some sort of weird animosity between us. I think people on the internet read a lot more into some things than they should, but Mr. Barnes will be on. It'll be a fun time with that. And then Friday, I think I'm going to try and be on Eric Hunley's show. And I'm not sure if I'm going to get a daytime show in after that, but there will be a nighttime show on Friday. So if nothing else, shows Thursday night and Friday night. Oh, Friday, I'm on Friday Night Tights. That's right. Friday, I'm on Friday Night Tights. And so that will be Friday. So I probably won't have a daytime show on Friday. So I'll probably do Eric Hunley's show, Friday Night Tights, and then my own stream. And so I'm such a lazy person that I'll only do 3 live streams that day instead of 4. Very, very sorry about that. And then we'll see. We'll next week. I hope to be back on doing the daytime shows next week. So we'll see. Nick, you are rude. I need more 15-hour live streams. I'm working on it. We will see what happens. Okay, let me hit these super chats, which I've managed to burn 30 minutes now. But let me hit the super chats and then we'll get into this. We'll get into this chat. And oh man, I didn't get a chance to build the thing I want to build yet. Someone asked what the new show segment was. We'll get there. We'll get to it. I announced it earlier. I'll mention it again. It's our daily unbreaded. That's what it's called. Maybe Ryan, Ryan, if you could come up with a nice little intro graphic, maybe incorporate the video unbreaded for the daily unbreaded. If you could just some little thing I can play before that segment each day, that would be wonderful. Since you're listening, that would be a good thing to have. All right, we got a couple chats here. Wolfgang Deo. says Nazis were not only against the Jews, target group, they were also against Jewish science, targeted beliefs. Einstein's relativity was an example. No, Joe, no. Today it is anti-vax and anti-science. Today is 2222 or 2-2-22, second day of the shortest month. Oh yeah, happy Black History Month. He also says bikes, hooks, ching chongs, bingers, unbreaded. So there you go. Thank you, Wolfgang, for that. I was thinking the 2222 was a big deal, and then I realized that eventually, later this month, we'll have 22222, which is one extra two. That's a lot of twos are going to happen here. And then that's the maximum number that we're going to get for a while until 33. No, not even 33. 22222 is the most you can get number wise after 11 11 11. 11 11 11 is the biggest one that you can get, and then 22222 is very big. And then you got to wait, almost 90 years for that. That's crazy town. Kyan Rennell says 10,386 N words in a manifesto. My reaction, you got to pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers. I wish I had a full word count on it. I need to get a full word count and see what the total ratio is. Cause somebody on 4chan, they did post that they had a 55,000 word, they had a 55,000 word novella, and they had over 11,000 N words in it. So, I mean, I don't know who wins on the N words per word ratio. Tina says, Nick, what are we going to do? Penguins are getting taller. Soon they'll be bigger than people again. Maybe we should send Ethan Ralph to Antarctica to see what the penguins do to him. Unbreaded. Stitz 4 says, I've already run the numbers on Harris's doc. Well, how many total words were in his document? Here we go. It had to be quite a bit. It's a long thing. Speaking of which, I got to get that pulled up. All right. We'll do the daily unbreaded in just a minute. Wolfgang Deo says, Tina, don't you worry. I am down here in the Antarctic giving them penguin growth hormone to make penguins gigantic again. They will rule the flat world once more, scaling the ice walls. Mario Carter says, Nick, never forgot SCOTUS segment. He aborted it. True. I was just stuck, man. I couldn't quit that document. Wolfgang Deo says, yo, paper, touchdown. Got any Vic news? Screw Tom. Damn. There's no Vic news. No. Vic news would come out tomorrow night. If it comes out, right? Every Thursday is a possibility. Clumsy Clairvoyant says, I'm totally sipping for the defense team in Waffle House trial. The prosecution totally asked the therapist why she thought he would ask for a lawyer. Oh, shit. I haven't watched it. See, that's what I want to see this stuff. Wolfgang Deo says, Nick is always late and breaded. Mario Carter says, unbreaded equals she's getting bred by someone else. Wolfgang Deo says, Bainling says he is sick, not arrested. Prayers. Andrew Smith says, I want to die, Lamau. Wait, why would you laugh at that? Why would you laugh at wanting to die? How you doing, buddy? I hope everything's going well for you. He also says, wait, what the hell? Yeah, what the hell? He says, you're done reading that UCLA manifesto, right? Mostly. I said, Spicy foods will fix your taste buds. Untrue. Untrue. Okay, here we go. Unbreaded says touchdown, paper, unbreaded. Gates of Above says, I had to rewatch your reading. It's a shame UCLA should frame that poetic literature in their libraries. They should. They should. It's the same quality that people actually put out in academia anyway. I mean, except it's way funnier. Logan Orr says, bullying my 17-year-old brother finally got him to stop playing video games and drinking nothing but Mountain Dew. Now he's drinking nothing but water and working out for 2 hours a day. Couldn't be prouder. Fantastic. Now he has to bully you back, right? Ryan Dunson, CFE, says, just jumped on to say thanks for all the laughs from last night's stream. Keep up the great work. Hey, thank you. Moncor002 says, have you heard of Eric Popper, the Florida self-defense road rage shooter? Yeah. Yeah, is that the black and white like video from inside the car where he's like bam 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 bam, right? Like that one? Is he shooting out the front windshield? Like what is he doing? Is he shooting at a person? Is he shooting at another car? I don't know what's going on with that. But I did see that. Mandy Karavichus says, if you don't put potato chips between the peanut butter and jelly, then you are an unbelievable piece of frickin' crap. Well, Mandy, I don't know how you're supposed to do that because apparently you're supposed to put the jelly right on top of the peanut butter. And you can't put chips on top of the peanut butter and then jelly on top of the chips. That's even more heretical. So I don't know. Let's see. True Anonymous Shabbat Bad Pressure Bad Calf Care says, would you please make a clips channel of just your food rants? They are my favorite, unbreaded. Maybe we could clip some of them out and put them on locals or something. I don't know. Eric Allen says, dude, I have chicken pox and had COVID. Let's go. Exenter one says, damn, Nikki, I hope your taste comes back soon. I'm back to tasting almost nothing but whiskey. Consequently, I'm about 8 fingers deep into the Lagavulin. Thanks for the laughs last night and keep on trucking, brother. Kyle Bogue says, I had shingles when I was 32. Anybody who had chicken pox can get shingles. It's a bitch. Felt like someone was stabbing me in the stomach for 4 straight days. Eric Allen says, so happy to be on the Late Show. Yeah, we need to have you back on. You very interesting fella. Sent another donation. Thank you for that. Robonex says, griff me harder. Okay. Cheryl Fodel says, I really enjoyed watching that from a year ago. Oh, I'm glad you did. Wyatt B says, Nick, my best bud Hemi, 9-year-old red nose, has been diagnosed with cancer and will be enjoying his last few days this weekend. Please say a toast and something nice to play for him to ease the walk on in the next life. I'm devastated. See, this is one of the reasons I don't want a dog. And we've had dogs. It's always dad's job to bury the animals when they die. And even when I don't really like it, and when I don't really care for the animal that much, it doesn't matter. So it's even worse when you like them. I assume a 9-year-old red nose is not like a 9-year-old me drinking whiskey, but an actual dog. Tahemi. Pets are a special thing. We don't communicate in the same language, but we build our own language through the years of time that we spend with them, and the bond we develop is something that is irreplaceable and inimitable with people. It's a different kind of relationship. It's one of companionship and trust and reliance from them on us and from us on them. And their passing will always be marked with sorrow. Tahemi, cheers to a good life and cheers to peace and relief from pain. All right, there we go. Stango says, love your content, Nick. Keeps me laughing Would love to take you out to shoot some stuff and have some drinks when you come to the Dallas area. I don't think I'm gonna have that much time to shoot stuff, but maybe the drinks thing. Maybe the drinks thing. Uh, William Paris says, "Thank you for doing what you do. Found you during Rittenhouse streams. Love the lawyer panels during live court coverage." Hey, me too. I love doing those too. But I also, this is what if you guys want to know, this is what I really love. I love the night show. we get to cover the weirdest shit, the strangest people, and the craziest subjects. I love it. I love it. Okay. Tara Rayner says, your favorite Canadian's 300 Hemi died. Need to find one and get to Ottawa. My business is sandblasting and painting rigs and heavy equipment. Anyone have a 300 Hemi for sale in Ontario? Sent you a picture in Facebook DM. Maybe I'll see Viva. Well, good luck. Good luck, Tara. If you do see Viva, you'll be taller. So that's funny. Perception check says also 2/22/2022 falls on a Tuesday. Oh, perfect. Perfect. How you doing, Perception? Long time no chat. Hope everything's going well with you. Donald Gooch says, hey, Nick, check email. Sent you an Excel spreadsheet with a unique random draw from 805 pages for your daily unbreaded segment. Love the laughs and cheers, buddy. Tipping my glass to 4 roses, small batch to you and yours. Hey, well, there you go. I could pull that up for our daily unbreaded. That's perfect. Thank you. See, I knew there was some good way to do it. You just don't want me to build it because it's like, why is it always drawing 4? Every day it's just number 4. So okay, I'm pulling that up. When my email decides to, oh my God, I hate everything. You know, I hate my email. But the thought of switching email is even worse. God. Like I like my email address, but I really, really hate sometimes it's just slow. Stupid. Okay. Let's see. So I got to download this, I think. Unbreaded. Our daily unbreaded. I have an idea for an unbreaded shirt. I need to get back to making shirts and stuff on Teespring. Just not very good at it. Yes, I know there's a million other people who would help and stuff, and you guys are great. But no, it's not helpful. Go away. Holy shit. I don't know what this means. It just says random generator and then unique pages. Oh, is it? It's the I see. So it's already done, is what you're saying. Okay. I don't know. That feels weird. That feels like I could preview it. Let's do it this way for now. I'll take a look at it. But for now, I'm just going to pull up my phone and we'll do it on here. We'll do it live. Okay. So I'm going by PDF page numbers here. And I'll show you what we've got. Share screen here, there. So there are 803 PDF page numbers. So 803. Okay. So I'm going to press. This is the random number generator. Oh, here we go. What's it going to be? 725. Okay. This is our daily unbreaded. Eventually, for reading from the unholy text, we will have we will have eventually, a more formalized intro. All right. So presented without context, because none is necessary when reading from the good book. Um, Murderers are harder to catch and more effective if they pick targets at random. Leave zero evidence. Never ask for ransom. Put blood on my name. Leave zero evidence. Never ask for ransom. Put blood on my name. Leave this book beside the body. Everywhere you kill the enemy, leave this book beside the body. None of them are innocent. Black history is just a way to keep you trailing behind other races. No rape victims welcome. I don't give a shit about you. Book 8, Infinite, Effortless, Fun Reality Tunnels, the end of taxation. Stop going in circles. I live between Columbine and Aurora. So should you. Be bold as death. Here in Boulder, there's a star on the side of the mountain. Her name is Kate. I am home, and home is me. All Christians are pedophiles. That's the way to do it. If you scared, you lose. Kill Nina with C4. Obviously, the Pope is the head of a pedophile organization that is already legal. Pedophilia is already legal because countries do business with the Catholic Church. Electric Ladyland Chords is a tower in the ocean. The polychorus is Tot, dead in German. Long live the Univibe. I am the only soul. Africans don't have souls. Wah, wah, wah. Around and around I go. I'm spun out over you. I'm an ever spinning wheel. My mind is in a whirlpool. Give me a little hope. Am I the same girl? Who dust off my Springfield? No, white-skinned inwards. You white-skinned inwards are a crime against both species. Inwards get that African bullshit out of life. And this has been our daily inward. This has been our daily inward. So that's the new segment. Once a day, we'll go through and just read a page. Yeah, I know I did this one last night, but the randomizer chose it today. Are you questioning? Are you questioning the new dogma? Don't do that. No, I said Killdozer. It was 725 on the PDF. On the PDF. I laid all this out. I laid the doctrine out. Empty Beats. It is from the manifesto of Matthew Harris, and it is something wonderful. Yeah, I mean to put. I will task the editor with this. I will task the editor with this. Here, let me send him a message real quick. I don't think he'll have this done before the end of the show. Ryan, I don't want to spoil this, but this is the best. Okay. Yeah, Ryan, check your text messages. I just put in a request. I doubt you'll have it done today, which is fine, but for tomorrow. Okay. Sorry. Okay, Rick Reese says thanks for the law explaining and laughs. Hey, you're welcome. Kyra says breadisms, hashtag breadisms. And Phil Harrington says, speaking of Bunger, His wiki entry under personal life reads, Binger is married to his beard, Nicole Gustafson Binger. As of November 21, he has raised 3 children with her. Oh my God. Black Hall Manor says a toast to you, Nick. May all those who love us love us. All those who hate us, may God turn their hearts. If he cannot turn their hearts, may he turn their ankles so that we may know them by their limping. Very nice. Very nice. All right, so we are going to be reading watching this trial segment here from, and I'm going to use the Law and Crime video, only part of it though, only the 20 minutes from it, because, well, it's there. It's a public hearing, and I'm betting it's not their cameras in there either. I don't know whose it is. I guess I'll probably have to get the media order from Tennessee just in case they decide to send me another stupid letter. But, oh, real quick, Stitz 4 says 446,938 words in the document, 7,680 plain N words, 8th most common word in the document. If you combine it with the plural and other N words he made up, it's the 2nd most common, above to and behind the. So there you go. Perfect. Thank you for that numerical breakdown. The overall uses of the N word was 10,386 when I did a control F on it. So, all right. Again, I'll say it again because there was apparently some potential confusion behind the scenes. I do not want anybody on my behalf talking to or at Law and Crime about anything. I will make fun of Law and Crime and call them silly losers and cucks and all of that stuff happily all day, as long as they want to keep up some dumb threat. That's how I will address it. I am not asking anybody to do anything. Anybody who does that, I do not endorse it. It's not, I fight my own fights and I fight them in the open, but I don't ask other people to fight my battles for me. So, not that you guys need to hear that, but apparently other people might need to hear that. So, Jennifer Genter says, a sleeping pug looks like a loaf of bread. Dr. Z says that manuscript seems like a classic manic episode or a psychotic break. Thankfully, didn't result in any violence. Yeah, we'll see what happens with it. I haven't read all of it, so I don't know where they're getting the threats from, but I didn't see any in there. All right, here we go. So this is the testimony of Kayla Shaw. She's an eyewitness to this, and there is video of the incident included. I don't know how graphic it is.
We went in and ordered our food. Well, they ordered their food, and we went back to the car that I drove there. I bagged it up.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Just a minute. Fuck. Is this? I need to check and see if that's need to just make sure that there's not something that looks like the very beginning of her testimony. So I gotta check and see where she comes in. No, that's at the very beginning of the day, the very beginning of the testimony. That's like the first thing that happened. So her very, like, please state your name for the court, and that stuff must have been cut off on the original feed. So I did just check. So we haven't missed anything with that. Okay. And Corrections 101 says, in Richard's voice, explain to a judge what the unbreaded video and 800-page gift to historical classic writing are. Thanks for the laughs and amazing content, Nikki. Now get unbreaded. Okay, just a second. Let me work on this. Your Honor, let me tell you about the Book of Unbreaded. It is a manifesto, if you will, a manuscript by another name. It is the holy writings of the world. It talks about the N words. It talks about the ching chongs. It specifically calls out Italians, and who really doesn't want to call out Italians when you get down to it? I'm not a bit these spaghetti monsters, these sweat tomato sauce. It's disgusting. But it is the Ballad of Matthew Harris, and it is the new doctrine, Your Honor, if it please the court. There you go. That's your Mark Richards auto-tune for the day, too. Okay. Yeah, Richards would have actually said it. Unfortunately, no one can have fun anymore. You can't have fun anymore. You hate auto-tune? Not enough. Here we go.
In the second row of parking spaces. And we waited. Then I went in to get their food.
All right. You didn't have any notification that the food was ready. You just waited in the car for a few minutes and then went in.
Right, approximately about 10 minutes we waited in the car. And I went back in because I have the stronger feet and we all had on heels. They didn't want to get back out of the car.
Okay. A reminder that it's 3 a.m. They've been out partying all night. So yeah, that makes some sense. At first blush, out of context, like I had the stronger feet is a weird fucking thing to say. But when you consider, oh, you've been out all night in heels, 3 a.m., that makes some sense. Got it.
So they stayed in the car and you walked in by yourself.
Yes.
When you walked in, what did you do?
I sat at the bar area and I just stood around for a moment because I figured it wasn't ready just yet. Plus, they were very busy.
All right. As you sat at the bar, did you?
Mark Ramirez says, seriously, 38 minutes of bullshit. What do you mean? 38 minutes of bullshit. Hold on, I got to check something. Okay. All right, here we go.
Did you talk to anybody?
I didn't. I was
38-minute intro. It's 57-minute intro. But that's the show, man. That's the nighttime show. It always starts off with a bunch of bullshit.
observing my
Lucky it wasn't 2 hours.
I did notice Tia and Mr. De Silva in the window. I thought it was sweet how they interacted with each other, actually. I noticed how he was just about ordering her food for her. Thought that was sweet.
All right. And then tell us what happened, that how this all started with regards to the shooting.
Well, like I said, I was standing there, well, sitting and standing, a bit of both, at the time, waiting for their food. And all of a sudden, and I do mean sudden, there was a loud pop over my left shoulder. There was I felt something on my face. I didn't know at the time it was debris, it was glass. But in a split second, I wanted to turn over my left shoulder actually and curse some people out because I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know where this force was coming from on the side of my face. But instead, I made the decision to just fall to my side. And then I continued to hear what I know now was gunshots ring out. And I heard the cook behind the counter say to take cover, someone was shooting.
All right. So when you went down on the ground, did you just go down in the middle of the floor?
No, I did not. I fell away from the impact. So I fell to my right side and I fell on my shoulder.
All right. And you had been seated at some of the chairs right there at the counter.
Correct.
Folks that order and actually eat at the counter, or if you're just sitting there waiting for your food for takeout, right?
Right, the bar area.
All right. So in relation to where the chair was and the counter, where did you fall?
In a very small and uncomfortable slot. I had to slide under the bar, and if you sat at a Waffle House, you know that the bar stools do not move.
Yeah,
So I
so
had to
between the
slide around the
stool and
chair
the front of the
cushion
bar, yeah.
and in between the bar area. So I actually hit quite a bit of things on the way down, but yeah, I fell in that area.
All right, so you did not fall into the area where people walk. You were between the stools and the solid partition that was what the counter sits on.
Correct.
But then under the counter as well.
Right.
All right. All right. When you heard those other shots, what did you do?
I made the decision to lie still and breathless. I decided to play dead because I figured that was my only chances. Where am I gonna go? I have nowhere to hide. I'm exposed. I play dead.
All right. Did you ever look up?
I mean, I get that's what you got to do, right? I guess, unless you get the Christchurch situation where he's like playing dead or actually dead. He didn't give a shit and just kept shooting.
Unfortunately, a moment I did glance up, I seen Mr. Ryan King's puny scrotum in that moment because unfortunately he was unclothed, just a jacket.
Holy shit. Oh. Whoa. How are you going to be like that? Puny scrotum. Shit. The defense should have objected. Objection, Your Honor. We've not qualified this witness as an expert on scrotums. Oh my God. That was hilarious. He got wrecked on the stand. He's sitting right there. That's perfect. Sorry. Peter Pete says, what can happen to you if you are asked if you promise to tell the truth, the full truth, and you say no? They'll let you know that if you do lie, you're under oath, and that you have a duty of truthfulness, and lying is perjury. That's what they'll do. Hold on. Are we serious? I'll be right back. Hold on just a minute. Okay. Wow. We have an early morning tomorrow. The kids know we have an early morning tomorrow, and they're being loud enough that I can hear them in my office, which is crazy. That's a loud thing, by the way. They can't hear me out there. So me hearing them in here with headphones in, that's a lot of screaming. Stango says, oh, wait. C Goody 564 says, hey, Boomer, respond to Andrew Smith's email or we're never going to get this damn interview set up. Also, pin the links, bigot. I know it's my fault tonight. Well, it's always your fault. Can you not pin the links? That's a question. Can the moderators not do it? Stango says, bruh, that's one of the best sound bites I've ever heard. Puny scrotum is legendary. Well, yeah. Okay, so I'm getting requests to rewind it a bit. Just a second. Should be. Here we go. She's got that side eye look right there. That's a simp maker look. You got to be careful. Got to be careful.
All right. Did you ever look up?
You know it's coming, and it makes that look even funnier, by the way. You know what? She should immediately open a Twitch channel, right? And she can do the cuck shaming. That'd be a perfect Twitch channel for her. People call in and she just makes fun of them, talks about their puny scrotums. Here we go.
Unfortunately, a moment I did glance up, I seen Mr. Ryan King's puny scrotum in that moment because unfortunately he was unclothed, just a jacket.
But you could not see his face at that point.
No.
Right.
Unfortunately, he was unclothed.
And after you peeked up, did you then go back to keeping your eyes closed and laying still?
I did. I was very still after that.
All right. Did you hear more shots at that point?
I did not.
Okay. What was the next thing you heard?
I heard rustling. I heard furniture moving. That's what I would say. And then a dead silence.
Okay.
Still.
All right. When you heard the wrestling, you had your eyes closed. Is that correct?
I did.
So that's why you didn't see what was happening when the fight was going on.
Correct. I did not.
All right. All right. How long did you lay there still, to the best of your recollection?
It had to be about 45, 30 seconds.
All right.
Weirds me out when people say,
why did you get
the
up?
bigger number first?
I got up because I heard people moving. I heard people behind the counter moving, and I thought I had to take my chance to take cover. I did not know where the shooter was at the time.
All right. So when you got up, what did you do?
I got up and I ran around the counter to where the workers work. And as I was running around the counter, I unfortunately slipped in Mr. Da Silva's blood.
Ooh.
Right where I fell is where Shatia was sitting, and I was face to face with her dismembered leg.
Oh shit!
Could you tell that her leg was dismembered at that point?
Most definitely.
All right.
Most definitely.
What did you do then?
Oh, that looks like a fucking charnel house.
Honestly, in a moment of shock, I ran to my faith. I prayed over Shatia's leg. And
did it help?
I tried to save myself, and I got out of there.
All right. When you ran out of the Waffle House, did you see Mr. Ryan King at that point?
While I was running out of the Waffle House, no.
Right. And were you able to see James Shaw at that point?
No.
All right. Now, you're Kayla Shaw. He's James Shaw. Are y'all any relation at all?
None at all. But now he is my honorary cousin.
Okay, good.
Oh,
but you did not know him that night, did you?
How'd her leg come off? A high velocity round went through it and devastated it. We learned that from the prosecutor. The leg was devastated. It was a devastating injury of devastation in her devastated leg. Very devastated, devastates still to this day. But yeah, so apparently a bullet just basically demolished her leg below the knee. Had to be reconstructed. Whew.
Not at all.
All right. When you ran out, you didn't see Mr. Ryan King or Mr. Shaw. Where did you go when you ran outside?
I went directly to the Nissan Sentra. I had bagged into the second row. I got into the driver's seat.
Nissan Sentra, a very powerful car, a very safe car. It keeps you safe in accidents. They've got the side impact airbags and everything. And Nissan Sentras. This stream brought to you by Nissan Sentra. It keeps you safe during a mass shooting as well. Everybody should get a Nissan Sentra. And if you ever wreck your Nissan Sentra, you're probably the worst person on earth. Oh yeah, it was the bullet was a 223 hollow point for those who are interested. It was a 223 hollow point, so it apparently had a lot of expansion, fragmentation, or whatever, mushrooming. God, whew, ugh.
And I drove off.
Okay. And were Chelsea Owens and Alexis Peebles, were they in the car still?
They were.
All right. Where did you go when you drove off?
I went down the street, so that was headed towards the Thorns gas station that was right there. I made a right, and I went down that road, and ended up stopping at a Shell station. This is where the dispatcher instructed us to stop and wait for a police officer.
Okay. Who was on the phone with 911?
At the time, both Chelsea and Alexis were on the phone with two different dispatchers.
All right. Did you wait there until the police came?
We did.
As you were driving between the Waffle House and the gas station where you stopped, did you see anybody along the side of the road?
Yes, actually, I seen Mr. Ryan King running.
Was his puny scrotum flapping as he ran?
All right. How crowded was the?
Look at her shake. Look at her shake. That's this has got to be tough, man. Reliving this stuff.
The road between the Waffle House and the gas station?
Not very. Like it. As y'all know, it was like 4 o'clock in the morning. Very minimal cars, probably like 3 max.
Okay. All right. What injuries did you sustain?
Scratches, lacerations to my face from the debris of the glass. I suffered a minor shoulder injury. I had a sling for about 2 weeks, bruises, discomfort.
Okay. From the gas station, were you transported to Southern Hills?
Yes, Chelsea actually drove me to Southern Hills.
And that's where you were treated and released that night?
Yes. Okay. Also, that's where I met James that night.
Okay. All right. We've got a previously introduced exhibit 3, and we'd like to go to video 4.
All right. So we're gonna get her walkthrough of the shooting incident. She knows this is coming. She's probably been prepped for this testimony. I imagine that's why she was starting to shake a little bit and have the nervous reaction. She knows she's going to have to watch this shit happen to her again. They do show it. We'll watch it.
All right, Ms. Shaw, do you see? Oh, it's not up yet. Okay. Do you see your car in this picture before we even start the video?
Yes, I do.
If you would just kind of touch the screen where your car is. Right there. Okay. All right, I think we can take that. Come on. Okay, great. And we're going to go ahead and start this video. And if you could just narrate it for us and explain where you are and what you're doing.
Is the puny nut censored? I don't think it shows up on the camera.
I'm getting out of the car at this point, approaching the Waffle House, about to see if the food is ready. I never noticed that he was pulling up right as I was walking in. I'm going into the Waffle House. Standing around waiting on service.
Oh, she didn't have the braids in.
Waiting on service because, like I said, we had already ordered, but giving them time because they were busy. Checking out the scene.
She is tall. I mean, she's in heels. It's hard to see. They might be very tall heels, but probably give her a couple. But I mean, she's taller than this guy. She's taller than everybody around. She must be pretty tall. Minnesota had a Waffle House.
They were busy, so I was just standing around, giving them time.
This is one ghetto ass area. It's a Waffle House. They're all a ghetto ass area. You could put a Waffle House in the middle of Malibu, it'd be in a ghetto ass area.
Notice Mr. De Silva and Tia.
3 a.m. Waffle House is hilarious, though. Everybody's leaving the clubs. They're all still done up. Like everybody's dressed. It's the only time anyone's dressed is nice to go to a Waffle House at 3 a.m.
As I said, I thought it was sweet that he basically ordered her food for her. I never noticed BJ and James because, you know, I didn't know he was about to save my life, so whatever. I was waiting because I just knew that their order wasn't ready. So I never really even
Yeah, the guy up here, I think this is the guy who ends up wrestling with Naked Bro and taking the gun away. I'm pretty sure that's the guy who does it.
approached a worker because I could obviously you could see what's ready and what's not ready, and their food was. So I was just sitting, waiting. A little impatient, actually. Especially for someone who didn't even want to be at the Waffle House. I don't eat Waffle House at the record show, never did. as if the shooting that took place wasn't enough, she just fucking roasts Waffle House. Let the record show I didn't eat Waffle House, never did. Which is probably why she's tall and lean. That's probably that explains it. Oh, shit. It's fantastic. How crazy must it be? You're just sitting around, sitting your ass at a Waffle House at 3 a.m. and shit's about to go insane. It's like the beat's about to drop. Stand up. Boom.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Like I said, I fell. There was a slight moment where I had to decide if I was going to turn around and explode at an angle or I was going to fall. Happy I decided to fall. I'm hiding. I'm breathless at this moment.
Whoa! You see him burst out that damn bathroom? The way that this is what I was talking about. The way the prosecutor described this, it was like this slow, like big dramatic buildup and all this stuff. No, because like I got the impression from her bad storytelling, this guy's like pondering whether he should bust out. This dude was on it. That guy comes through. He's looking out the window of the bathroom because she describes that. He's looking out the window. We're going to rewind it. But right when this guy shows up, boom, he is out. Man of action. Guy's a fucking hero. And the way she said it, like the way she described it, he sounded like a reluctant hero, right? Like he wasn't sure that this was the right thing to do. He's taking all this time. It sounded like there was a whole bunch of time that happened. Like I got the impression it was a minute of him. She's like, he did not go left. He went to the right. He did where the people were. I got the impression there's like almost like a, like a two hallways and he went around the one. No, I mean, I should have thought about it. It's a Waffle House. It's just a line. That's the whole layout. But this dude comes out, explodes out the moment this guy is visible and takes him straight down. I mean, this is way more dramatic and heroic than what the fucking prosecutor made it to be. How do you make this story boring? Asked the prosecutor. That was my criticism of how her entire, how everything went. It was how do you make this a boring story? You have a naked, crazy man killing people at a Waffle House on behalf of God himself. And then you have a superhero or a satanic worshiper, one of the two, burst out of a bathroom and level this guy, take his gun, throw it over the counter and stop more people from getting killed. And she makes it boring. Here we go. So here's him. Let's go right back to the, I'm going to go back a little bit further. Right back to where everything starts. This is right before the glass busts in because it's so fucking fast. It's crazy. Andrew Smith says, he says that where did it go? He said he sent me a package. I lost the chat. He said he sent me a package and he knows I'm gonna have fun with it. Dude, the last person you sent a package to that had fun with it ate his fucking parents. I can't wait. I can't wait to see what tomfoolery I get up to. Oh, one day you're eating parents, the next day, who knows? Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I'll keep an eye out. Here we go. Oh, all right.
Stand up. Boom. That's the
Damn.
yeah. Like I said, I fell. There was a slight moment where I had to decide if I was going to turn around.
So they all get in the
and
bathroom.
explode at an angle, or I was going to fall. Happy I decided to fall. I'm hiding. I'm breathless at this moment.
Boom! Fucking wrecked. Whoa!
I hear them.
Oh, there went the gun.
I
Threw
had
that
no
shit over
clue
the
what's
counter.
going on.
Throws his ass outside. Damn. That must have been a puny scrotum because it didn't show up at all on the video. Yeah, that guy deserves some credit. That guy's a hero. He's a fucking hero. I hope they give him a key to the fucking Nashville. Don't send him to a country music thing or anything.
Best thing to do was just continue to be still like I had been. At this time, I'm hearing people move, so I'm about to get up. I'm positioning myself to get up. As I said, I have to move around the bar, the cushions, the stationary seats.
Key to the Waffle House. The man's a hero, not a felon. Don't give him the key to the Waffle House. Give him a key to something good. Give him a real house. Shit. Can I decline this award of a key to the Waffle House? They give him a key to an IHOP instead.
I'm getting up, about to run around the bar frantically. I slip and I fall.
Oh shit!
And
You can't run in heels.
And what
You
did you
can't run
slip
in
on?
heels in a clean Waffle House.
I was running at my heels that was slippery. I fell, like I said. And in this moment, I'm breathing, I'm thinking, I'm afraid, I'm seeing this blood. I'm trying to assess myself for any damages, and I'm seeing Tia's leg. I did say a few words over her leg before I left out of there. And like I said as well, I was assessing myself because now I have blood all over me. So I didn't know if I was hit, my adrenaline was rushing. I just knew I had to go. And I got up and I honestly I lost it for a second. And
Should have
then I
taken
was
off
like,
your
"Nah,
heels.
I gotta go. Fall flat out the door in heels. Dodged the car.
You didn't dodge the car. Car
Went
dodged
into
you.
Central. Started up. I get out of there.
You know the girl inside's like, "Where's the waffles, bitch?"
The curve entrance. And yeah, I proceed down the street.
All right. You said that you had injuries from glass.
Mm-hmm.
Where were the injuries from the glass?
The injuries from the glass were on my face. Like I said, it was just minor little scratches and lacerations. That was physical. The mental damage is forever.
And with regards
she
to the
switched
glass,
to
was there a
braids
point where
and
you
extensions.
or someone else was pulling glass?
Should have kept the straight hair, in my opinion. That's the real mental damage.
Out of your face?
Yes, there was actually a small piece lodged in my face. Yeah.
Right. But you were treated and released, so you got some minor
I did. I had
bandages
bandages on my face. I had a sling from my shoulder that was very bruised. Mm-hmm.
Right. And did all this happen in Nashville, Davidson County?
It did.
Those are my questions. Good morning, Ms. Shaw.
Good morning.
I just got a few questions for you.
Yes.
There is
My
cross-examination.
questions will pick up. We just saw in the video where you'd gotten back in the vehicle and y'all drove off the parking lot onto Murfreesboro Road.
Correct.
Okay, you recall that. So that evening, you said you drove onto Murfreesboro Road and then you basically got away from there. And then at some point you were interviewed by a detective. Do you recall that morning?
Yes.
And does the name Detective Summerall ring a bell to you at all?
No, not at all.
Okay, but you recall talking to a detective
Right.
about what happened. And do you recall telling that detective that day that after y'all got in the car and you got on Murfreesboro Road and you were driving down the road, that you actually saw Mr. Ranking, who was nude at that point in time?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah, I moved my
Do
mouse
you
pointer
recall
for you
telling
guys.
Officer Summerall, that Mr. Ranking was actually walking on the shoulder of the road without any clothes? Do you recall telling him that?
I might have said walking, but yes.
Okay. All righty. Thank you.
So they want to remember the defense here is that this guy is crazy. So they want to show you after he's just shot and killed 4 people, injured 2 more, that the crazy man is just walking down the road naked. You know, that's what he's doing. So they want to get that. That's probably, I'm guessing that's all they're going to try and get out of her on this one. Remember, they're not contesting the facts of what happened in this case in any way. They even said in their opening statement, which is it was a good opening statement by the defense, that they're not going to They're not fighting this case. They're just going to tell you that he did it because he's crazy and that he should be treated like a crazy person, not like a criminal. That's their whole defense. So they're going to grab onto any details that make this guy seem even less sane than a man who just decides to shoot up a Waffle House at 3 a.m.
No regret. Thank you, Michelle.
So there we go. That's her testimony right there.
Why this one?
The state recalls Danielle Connor.
Okay, so that's all we need from that one. Hold on, I gotta take that off, do this number. So yeah, pretty wild testimony. It had the video, it had the joke. That's the main reason. We had the video and the joke. I kind of want to do the psychologist, but that's a long one. That's a long video. So we might do instead the boyfriend. Hold on just a second. Or not the boyfriend, the hero. Here we go. Where the fuck is her testimony here? I'm trying to see if her testimony is this whole thing. Which I think it is. Yeah, her testimony is like 3 hours long. We might have to do a day stream of that because I do want to watch it. She's the forensic psychologist is who I'm talking about. You know, that's where a lot of the meat is going to be on the cross-examination, right? Is what does the forensic psychologist say? What can they get the forensic psychologist to admit to? What is there that they can get for the use of their insanity defense? Oh shit. No, it's almost 4 hours. So that's okay, let's see. We got here we go. Here's the James Shaw testimony. How long is this? Okay, so his testimony is 50 minutes. 50 minutes. That's pretty long too. If we do that, I don't think we can get to the SCOTUS stuff. So maybe, all right, here's trying to formulate a plan on how to do this. Does your cat make too much noise? What the fuck are you talking about? The ADA was a wreck on cross with that amount. Wait, that. What? Watch the detective before the psychologist. He read his letters. Oh, that's probably good. Oh, the mittens. The psychologist is 4 hours long. I'm not going to do it tonight because I can't do it. I don't have 4 hours of live streaming in me tonight. I got to be up early to teach tomorrow. So we don't have any sick kids today. So I'm definitely going to be there. Oh, it's an Always Sunny reference. Gotcha. I've been waiting on doing this Supreme Court one forever. So let's switch gears, do the Supreme Court tonight. And then, like I said, Barnes is tomorrow. So Friday, we'll probably do, maybe I'll dedicate a whole show to this trial and do the hero guy and the detective. I think that would be good. And then a day stream coming up, like maybe Monday, we'll do the, unless I'm live streaming the whole thing, which I might be doing on Monday, but we'll get Dr. Mary Elizabeth Wood's testimony in there too. So we'll get this all to happen. All is good. All is coming. What was this? Okay. I just got to find this Supreme Court oral argument video. Okay, I got it. All right. If I remember right, there's no actual video here, so I'll just do this so we know what we're talking, what's happening. But so this is the Supreme Court. We're changing gears all over the place. This is the Supreme Court. This was back. How long ago was this? December 1st, 2021. So this is back on December 1st. And this is where they're arguing over the Mississippi law banning abortions after 15 weeks. The Texas law was kind of kicked back down to Texas courts because there were procedural issues with bringing it in front of the Supreme Court anyway. So the Texas law is still allowed to stand at this point. This Mississippi law, however, is a direct challenge to Roe versus Wade and Planned Parenthood versus Casey. And so the Mississippi, I believe, made their arguments first. We'll find out in a second who's going, but I think now we get the rest of it from where we left off. So gonna see how we go. See how it goes from there. I wanted to hear the rest of these arguments because I'm really curious. It is a very, very rare thing. This isn't about abortion. I mean, the case is about abortion, right? But it is a very, very rare thing where you have a legitimate challenge to 60 to 70-year-old precedent and the possibility of having it change. And so and this is also a very hot button issue, of course. So everybody is at the top of their game. They're making the best arguments that they've got. And we've got a court with some members who've have a lot of problems with Roe versus Wade and the potential for it to change. So to me, very, very interesting case that we've got here. And that's one of the reasons that I want to hear what happens. Personally, just full disclosure for everybody out there. I am very much pro-life. I have 5 children. We had 3 miscarriages. I find the miscarriages to be tragic. They were not choices. I find the idea of choosing an abortion to be something that I could not do personally. It's not, that's not how I operate. Now, with that said, I also understand why people do it when it's legal. I understand the arguments for it. I don't understand why people do it, but I don't judge people for that. I don't judge people who get abortions or who support abortions or anything like that. I think the culprit in the abortion mill is Planned Parenthood, the companies that do it, and also the dishonest actors in the state. Abortion is in the United States is predicated on a history of eugenics, and it's really a horrifying industry. And I believe they operate in absolutely reprehensible ways, legal or not. And so again, the people who end up getting abortions, that's I don't judge them. I do judge everybody else involved though. So that's me. And of course I will, that's what you're going to get here. But if there are plenty of reasonable and rational freedom-based arguments for abortion, I just disagree with them personally. I think the right to life goes to the child, and I think that right trumps personal freedom concerns of the mother. I also find the idea that there is some sort of bodily autonomy or medical freedom only exists in a pregnant woman who wants to end her pregnancy. Everywhere else, it does not protect it in anywhere near the same capacity. Men don't get access to any type of medical privacy that's even close to this. And there is no my body, my choice for anybody else on the planet. So all of those arguments, while they are they're reasonable arguments, they fall a little flat to me because we don't honor anything else. One of the other problems I have with it is that men don't get any choice in abortions. Not that I think that they should have them, but what I do think men should be able to do is to have the ability to paper abort a child if that's the way it's going to be. If you're going to give women the sole control over whether or not a man pays for 18 years on this, then that's an unbalanced system. That's an unbalanced system because if you think about it this way, a woman can abort a man's child. A man can never abort a woman's child. And if the woman chooses not to abort the man's child against his wishes or without telling him or whatever, he is on the hook for paying for that child for the rest of his life. He is accountable for his decisions. She is not accountable for hers. And that is just not equality. So those arguments, I have problems with them personally. So there you go. As for that, whatever your opinions are, great. Let's see what happens at court.
Ms. Rickelman?
Sperminski says, so Nick is for more government intervention. Thumbs up. No, actually, you'll find that the overwhelming amount of government intervention happens on behalf of abortion. Shockingly, I am opposed to the government facilitating a transaction that ends in a human life that has no say in the matter. That's what I am opposed to.
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court, Mississippi's ban on abortion.
Okay, so this is, I won't keep pausing it. You got to get all this stuff out of the way ahead of time because it's such a charged issue. People want to make big deals about it. I don't, it's my personal beliefs are mine. I'm not here to change anybody else's mind. I just want to get them out of the way before people are like asking constantly in the chat. This is the Solicitor General of the United States who's making the arguments here. So this is the government side of the case. The Mississippi side of the case was earlier in this. Christopher Gore says late and OT, but interesting. If you YouTube Robo Bullet experts testimonies from 2019 and back, she speaks and acts 100% normally. Is it possible Heather Williams suffered some PTSD event in the last 2 years? What's possible is that she was imprecise on the stand and someone walked because of it. Maybe that's what happened. But very interesting.
2 months before viability is flatly unconstitutional under decades of precedent. Mississippi asks the court to dismantle this precedent and allow states to force women to remain pregnant and give birth.
I just want to, I'm not supposed to do this. I just want to point out that your argument is it's unconstitutional because of precedent. That's the argument. Because one thing you'll always have trouble pointing to being unconstitutional, by the way, is abortion being an abortion ban being unconstitutional. You can't find it in the text. They made it up. They fabricated this right out of whole cloth. In the Constitution, it's not there. There's nothing even close to it. And the idea that the founding fathers would be in favor of a constitutional ban on this is ludicrous. And remember, because this is the problem with these sort of negative arguments around these ideas, is that they're taking away the ability of a state to make something illegal, which is, and it's kind of how the First Amendment works. It's how the Second Amendment's supposed to work, but they've done this, but it's not based on the language of the text. If you want abortion, it's de facto legal without, there's nothing, they're not making abortion illegal by overturning Roe versus Wade. That doesn't happen. The states have to individually pass laws with restrictions to get there. And even when Roe versus Wade was being decided, many states had legalized abortion. It was just Texas in this case that didn't. So it's like the death penalty. It's very weird. You don't need the Supreme Court to do this to make something legal or illegal. But when you say something is a constitutional right, you remove it from any sort of idea of the governmental process. You remove the ability of states to be independent and individual and have different sorts of ideas. You remove the ability of the electorate to choose the state government that they want to live under. And you put it under unelected federal judges making this up in 1963, 68, whatever it was, at a time when I believe none of them had ever even seen an ultrasound, which is wild to think of.
Against their will. The court should refuse to do so for at least 3 reasons. First, stare decisis presents an especially high bar here. In Casey, this court carefully examined and rejected every possible reason for overruling Roe, holding that a woman's right to end a pregnancy before viability was a rule of law and a component of liberty it could not renounce. The question then is not whether Roe should be overturned, but whether Casey was egregiously wrong to adhere to Roe's central holding. Second, Casey and Roe were correct. For a state to take control of a woman's body and demand that she go through pregnancy and childbirth with all the physical risks and life-altering consequences that brings is a fundamental deprivation of her liberty. Preserving a woman's right to make this decision until viability protects her liberty while logically balancing the other interests at stake. Third, eliminating or reducing the right to abortion will propel women backwards. 2 generations have now relied on this right, and 1 out of every 4 women makes the decision to end a pregnancy. Mississippi's ban would particularly hurt women with a major health or life change during the course of a pregnancy, poor women who are twice as likely to be delayed in accessing care, and young people or those in contraception who take longer to recognize a pregnancy. To avoid profound damage to women's liberty, equality, and the rule of law, the court should affirm.
What equality? What equality? Someone tell me what equality there is there. Again, a man has no choice in this. There's nothing even approaching equality on this. A man cannot say, look, you have to have the kid. I will take the kid forever. You cannot abort him. A man can't say that. You don't want him. I will take him. Can't do it. A man can't say, I don't want the kid. I don't want anything to do with him. They have to go through years of court to get to that status, get treated like a monster, get labeled as a monster, and pay anywhere from $15,000 to $100,000, depending on how the mom wants to fight and what they're fighting over. And it's crazy. And then, by the way, after paying the $15,000 to $100,000 just to say, this is a pump and dump. This is a one-night stand. This lady happened to get pregnant. She was with 8 other dudes this week and just happened to be me, whatever that situation. And the guy's like, I barely even know this chick. I'm certainly not going to be involved in this kid's life. He can spend $15,000 to $100,000 fighting it and still end up paying the entire amount of child support from the day the child's born to the day that kid leaves the house. That's not equality. It isn't. If they want to go into avenues for equality, different discussions, but they don't have it.
Counsel, I just have one question. I assume you, from your brief, you're relying on an autonomy theory.
Both bodily integrity and the ability to make decisions related to family, marriage, and childbearing, Your Honor.
Shortly, some years after we decided Casey, we had a case out of South Carolina, I believe, involved a woman who had been convicted of criminal child neglect because she ingested cocaine during pregnancy. In her case was post-viability, so it doesn't fit in the facts of this case. If she had ingested cocaine pre-viability and had the same negative consequences to her child, do you think the state had an interest in enforcing that law against her?
The state may have, Your Honor. The state can certainly regulate to serve its interests in fetal life and in women's health. Those particular laws tend to undermine both of those interests because they deter women from seeking prenatal care, which is counterproductive to both their health.
But the pre-viability as well as post-viability?
No, Your Honor. The court has been clear that after viability, states can prohibit abortion except to save.
No, I mean in my example of criminal child neglect. I understand your argument is about abortion. I am trying to look at the issue of bodily autonomy and whether or not she has a right also to bodily autonomy in the case of ingesting an illegal substance and causing harm to a pre-viability fetus.
Your Honor, of course, those issues aren't posed in this case. And again, I would say that the states can certainly regulate throughout pregnancy, both before and after viability, to preserve fetal life and to preserve the woman's health. The court has.
Wait. I'm sorry. Kay? So if you missed what happened there, Justice Thomas brought up another case, which was post-viability, so Casey didn't apply at the time. But a woman was charged for ingesting substances that were dangerous to the fetus. Okay? So it's post-viability. So that's the idea. His question is, how about pre-viability? And she just said, of course, the states can regulate what a woman does with her body pre-viability on dangerous substances, which is nonsensical. If you have bodily autonomy and medical freedom, you should, and I support this, by the way. If a woman wants to take abortificants or whatever, that's a different thing. My focus in the abortion argument is about the other people involved in the abortion. I think that's the big issue. If a woman's going to take like a Plan B pill or whatever, that's not up to me. I mean, that's not a medical procedure that's killing a baby that someone else is doing. That's her doing something to her body. And if that's what she's going to do, I mean, go ahead. I'm not here to stop you. But she just suggested that the government can regulate that type of stuff pre-viability, which is a nonsense position for her argument. It doesn't make sense.
Said, however, there are other constitutional issues at stake. For instance, in the Ferguson case, that states still can't violate women's Fourth Amendment rights. But again, that's not what this case is about. This case is about a ban on abortion that the state concedes is weeks before viability. And the court has been clear for 50 years that the one thing that states cannot do is to take the decision completely away from the woman until viability. Then until that point, it is her decision to make, given the unique physical demands of pregnancy and the life-altering consequences of pregnancy and having a child.
Thank you.
The point you made about the impact on women and their place in society, those were certainly made in Roe as well. What we have before us, though, is a 15-week standard. Are you suggesting that the difference between 15 weeks and viability are going to have the same sort of impacts as you were talking about, or as we were talking about in Roe?
And real quick, I know I'm not supposed to do this, but this is such This is such a complicated issue because of everything that's happened and because they made it up on the fly. So since they made it up on the fly, the law is messy and it's unclear on this, on these issues. Casey set up fetal viability as the line. Well, what the fuck is fetal viability? At the time that Casey was decided, fetal viability was something like 26 or 27 weeks of pregnancy. When Roe was decided, it was the first 2 trimesters. So you couldn't ban abortions in the first 2 trimesters. Casey comes along and says, yeah, but babies can be born just fine prior to that 3rd trimester and survive. There's some risks, of course, but they actually can survive. So viability is prior to that 3rd trimester start. So Casey says viability. Well, what's viability? And what is the mechanism for moving the needle on viability? Mississippi is trying to ban abortions after 15 weeks, which right now is pre-viability. However, the youngest baby born to survive to a healthy child was actually in Minnesota and was at 20 weeks and I think 1 or 2 days now, where viability is still set somewhere north of 24 weeks in many states. So what is viability? How do you challenge it? How do you move the needle on it? This is one way to do it. Courts or legislatures have to push a new law with a lower limit, and it will always be challenged, and it will go through this every single time. This is one of the problems with Casey itself, is that the standard is vague. As medical technology improves, viability necessarily approaches 0. So how do we move the needle? Where does it go? Do we lag behind science? Do we move ahead of science? What do? These are questions that need to be answered, in my opinion, and I don't know that they're ever properly raised.
Yes, Your Honor, I believe they would, because people who need abortion after 15 weeks are often in the most challenging circumstances. As I mentioned, there are people who have perhaps had a major health or life change, a family illness, a job loss, a separation, young people.
This is bullshit, by the way.
Or people who are on contraception or pregnant for the first time and who are delayed in recognizing the signs of pregnancy, or poor women who often have much more trouble navigating access to care. And if they're denied the ability to make this decision because there's a ban after 15 weeks, they will suffer all of the consequences that the court has talked about in the past. And in fact, the data has been very clear over the last 50 years that abortion has been critical to women's equal participation in society. It's been critical to their health, to their lives, their ability to pursue.
I'm sorry, what kind of data is that?
Yeah,
I would
please
refer the court to the brief of The Economist in this case, Your Honor, and it compiles data showing studies based actually on causal inference, showing that it's the legalization of abortion and not other changes that have had these benefits for women in society. And again, those benefits are clear for education, for the ability to pursue a profession, for the ability to
Well,
have...
putting that data aside, if you think that the issue is one of choice, that women should have a choice to terminate their pregnancy, that supposes that there is a point at which they've had the fair choice, opportunity to choice. And why would 15 weeks be an inappropriate line? So viability, it seems to me, doesn't have anything to do with choice. But if it really is an issue about choice, why is 15 weeks not enough time?
For a few reasons, Your Honor. First, the state has conceded.
This is an excellent trap question he's set up, because the answer would be, well, something will have happened that will make her, she was going to have the baby, but now there's a life change that prompts her to need the abortion that she didn't otherwise need. So he goes ahead and takes away the idea of choice. Now it's a life change that has necessitated this decision. And then and this is based on what she said. So it's an excellent question in that way. But the other aspect of this is, well, if 15 weeks is a line, then why is 25 weeks appropriate? Because you can always have a life change. Like the life change, where does this logically pan out? Where Where is our rationality and reason in coming up with these numbers? Again, what I was talking about with Casey, where is viability is this nebulous thing. So he's saying, okay, let's ignore viability and say this is about choice. So why is 15 weeks not enough time? Because if 15 weeks isn't enough time, then guess what? 20 weeks isn't enough time either. Logic, like following the same logic, something can change at any point in the pregnancy that would suddenly make having a baby less convenient. So it's beautifully asked question here.
That some women will not be able to obtain an abortion before 15 weeks, and this law will bar them from doing so. And a reasonable possibility standard would be completely unworkable for the courts. It would be both less principled and less workable than viability. And some of the reasons for that are, without viability, there will be no stopping point. States will rush to ban abortion at virtually any point in pregnancy. Mississippi itself has a 6-week ban that it's defending with very similar arguments as it's using to defend the 15-week ban. And there are states that have bans.
Well, I know, but I'd like to focus on the 15-week ban because that's not a dramatic departure from viability. It is the standard that the vast majority of other countries have. When you get to the viability standard, we share that standard with the People's Republic of China and North Korea.
I believe this is Gorsuch talking. I'm not an expert in picking out the justices' voices. The first one was Clarence Thomas. His is very distinctive. I think this is Gorsuch because he doesn't have the whininess of Kavanaugh, and it could be Roberts, but I don't think so. And it could be Alito. Shit. But I think it's Gorsuch. Are you saying, oh, this is Roberts? See, Kurt knows. Kurt knows. Yeah, Kurt, help me out with these voices.
And I don't think you have to be in favor of looking to international law to set our constitutional standards to be concerned if those are share that particular time period.
I think there's two questions there, Your Honor, if I may. First, that is not correct about international law. In fact, the majority of countries that permit legal access to abortion allow access right up until viability, even if they have nominal lines earlier. So, for example, Canada, Great Britain, and most of Europe allows access to abortion right up until viability, and it also doesn't have the same barriers in place.
What do you mean, even if they have nominal lines earlier?
Some countries, Your Honor, have a nominal line of 12 weeks or 18 weeks, but they permit legal access to abortion after that point for broad social reasons, health reasons, socioeconomic reasons. So their regimes really aren't comparable, and they also don't have the same types of barriers that we have here. So if the court were to move the line substantially backwards, and 15 weeks is 9 weeks before viability, Your Honor, it's quite a bit backwards. It may need to.
So viability is 26 weeks for her, which is, 9 weeks, 24 weeks, 24 weeks. Again, there are lots of babies born younger than 24 weeks these days. Also, I don't want to be on the same, personally, I don't want to be on the same plane. Well, Canada and Europe. No, fuck off, Canada and Europe. Have you seen those places? No, thank you. This is America, Jack. We do shit different here.
Consider the rules around regulations, because if it's cutting the time period to obtain an abortion roughly in half, then those barriers are going to be much more important.
Thank you.
Ms. Rickelman, I have a question about the safe haven laws.
This very feminine voice you hear, this is Justice Breyer.
So petitioner points out that in all 50 states, you can terminate parental rights by relinquishing a child after abortion. And I think the shortest period might have been 48 hours, if I'm remembering the data correctly. So it seems to me, seen in that light, both Roe and Casey emphasized the burdens of.
I know it's Barrett uncivil. That was the joke. Come on. I figured everybody would know that this is Barrett.
Of parenting. And insofar as you and many of your amici focus on the ways in which the forced parenting, forced motherhood would hinder women's access to the workplace and to equal opportunities. It's also
Forced
focused on the
parenting.
consequences of
It's
parenting
amazing
and the
to me.
obligations of motherhood that flow from pregnancy. Why don't the safe haven laws take care of that problem? It seems to me that it focuses the burden much more narrowly. There is, without question, an infringement on bodily autonomy, which we have in other contexts like vaccines. However, it doesn't seem to me to follow that pregnancy and then parenthood are all part of the same burden. And so it seems to me that the choice more focused would be between, say, the ability to get an abortion at 23 weeks or the state requiring the woman to go 15, 16 weeks more and then terminate parental rights at the conclusion. Why didn't you address the safe haven laws and why don't they matter?
I think they don't matter for a couple of reasons, Your Honor. First, even if some of those laws are new since Casey, the idea that a woman could place a child up for adoption has, of course, been true since Roe. So it's a consideration that the court already had before it when it decided those cases and adhered to the viability line. But in addition, we don't just focus on the burdens of parenting, and neither did Roe and Casey. Instead, pregnancy itself is unique. It imposes unique physical demands and risk on women, and in fact has impact on all of their lives, on their ability to care for other children, other family members, on their ability to work. And in particular, in Mississippi, those risks are alarmingly high. It's 75 times more dangerous to give birth in Mississippi than it is to have a pre-viability abortion, and those risks are disproportionate.
75 times more dangerous than not really that dangerous is still not really that dangerous. I love the way this pans out as if people haven't been giving birth forever. It's one of the medical procedures that you can I don't recommend it, but you can do it in a hut, a car, a home, on the highway. It's a natural part of life. And yeah, there certainly can be risks and there are things that can go wrong in pregnancies, but overwhelmingly safe procedure. I mean, the idea that pregnancy is unsafe is another one of the weird arguments that comes about in this abortion thing. It's like, well, I mean, you know what happens to women who give birth? Yeah, they have a kid. That's what happens 99.9% of the time.
Unfortunately, threatening the lives of women of color.
So are you saying, I mean, actually, as I read Roe and Casey, they don't talk very much about adoption. It's a passing reference that means out of the obligations of parenthood. But as I hear this answer, then are you saying that the right, as you conceive of it, is grounded primarily in the bearing of the child, in the carrying of pregnancy, and not?
Manny Caravages, you can. I mean, you could give birth in the hot tub, but I think the chlorine might not be the best environment for it. But if you want to, I mean, I guess you got to clean it up afterwards. It's disgusting. Look, I have witnessed 5 births, and they're all gross.
So much looking forward into the consequences on professional opportunities and work life and economic burdens.
No, Your Honor, I believe it's both, and that is exactly how Casey talked about it. It talked about the 2 strands of cases that supported the right. One was the strand of cases supporting bodily integrity, and it cited to cases like Cruzan and Riggins versus Nevada. And the second was the strand of cases supporting decisional autonomy, and specifically decisions related to childbearing, marriage, and procreation, decisions like Griswold, Loving. And so it's really both strands that we're relying on here.
May I ask you a question about stare decisis, counsel? Your colleagues on the other side
This is Gorsuch.
that Casey rejected Roe's trimester framework and replaced it with an undue burden standard. They argue that the undue burden standard was not well known to the law before that. And then they argue that the undue burden standard has evolved over time, too, in ways that the court has found difficult to agree upon. In Hellerstedt, for example, they point out in their briefs that the court seemed to suggest that a court should consider both the benefits and the burdens associated with the proposed restriction. In June Medical, more recently, the court splintered on that same question, whether benefits could be considered or only burdens. And so the argument goes that this has proved to be, putting aside all the other obviously difficult questions in the case, that the standard itself has proved difficult to administer and that is relevant to the stare decisis analysis. And I just wanted to give you an opportunity to respond.
Yes, Your Honor. The first point I'd like to make is the undue burden test is not at issue in this case. That is the test that applies to regulations, not prohibitions. And the state has conceded that this is a prohibition. In fact, that's the title of this law, is an act to prohibit abortion after 15 weeks. And the only thing that's at issue in this.
Oh, is this Alito? See, again, I don't know their fucking voices. You guys are weird. Eugene, over in Russia, says yesterday it was 10,386 wise words of austere Californian scholar teaching you cuckozoids to go on Reddit or to unbread it. What wisdom thou hast brought unto us today, O mighty Minnesotan nose wizard. The wisdom of the puny scrotum. The wisdom of the puny scrotum. Welcome, man. How are things over in Russia? I hear there's some tension going on with the Ukraine.
This case is the viability line, and the viability line has been enduringly workable. The lower federal courts have applied it consistently and uniformly for 50 years, and the Fifth Circuit here below had no difficulty striking down.
They have not. 1992 is the viability line, Planned Parenthood versus Casey. That was not 50 years ago. I know because I remember 1992 and I'm not 50.
This law unanimously 3-0. So it's been an exceedingly workable standard. And if I may return to your question, Mr. Chief Justice, a reasonable possibility standard would not be workable. It would ultimately boil down to an argument that states can prohibit a category of women from exercising a constitutional right merely because of the number of people in the category. And that's just not how constitutional rights work. A state would never say that it could ban religious services on a Wednesday evening, for example, simply because most people could attend religious services on another night of the week.
So
they did that. They did that during COVID. What are you talking about? Several states have tried that over and over. They didn't even need COVID to try that.
I actually just wanted to, that's helpful, I think. I just want to make sure I understand what you're telling me, counsel, that if the court were to, in this case, step past viability and apply undue burden, the undue burden test to regulations prior to viability, you would agree with the other side, I think, that that's not a workable standard. Is that a fair understanding of what you're telling the court?
No, Your Honor. I
You
believe
think that would be workable?
I believe that, if I may clarify, I believe the undue burden test has been workable for regulations.
I understand that. If it were to apply, if the court were to, and I thought this is what you were saying in response to the Chief Justice, but maybe I'm mistaken. Please correct me if I am. But what is your argument against applying the undue burden standard prior to viability?
If the undue burden standard, as this court laid out in Casey, which includes the viability line,
No, I'm asking, I know we're fighting the hypothetical here, counsel, all right? Accept the hypothetical. Hypothetically, the court were to extend the undue burden standard to regulations prior to viability. Would that be workable or would that not be workable in your view?
Without viability, it would not be workable, Your Honor, because it would ultimately, again, always come down to a claim that states can bar a certain category of people from exercising this right simply because of the number of people in the category. And that's not a workable standard, and it's not a constitutional.
I appreciate that clarification.
Every state in the country has banned a certain category of people from exercising this right. All 50 states have banned men from exercising the right to abortion. All of them, without exception.
Thank you.
Just to follow up on that, I read your brief to say that the only real options we have are to reaffirm Roe and Casey as they stand or to overrule them in their entirety. You say that, quote, there are no half measures.
This is Alito. Thank you. I thought I was right on Gorsuch. Thank you, Uncivil. So this is Alito. I was right. You made me doubt myself.
Correct understanding of your brief.
Your Honor, it's certainly the arguments that the state has presented is what we're responding to there, which is that all of the state's arguments, including their alternatives, which are undue burden without viability, would be the equivalent of overruling Casey and Roe, because the viability line is the central holding of those cases. Casey mentioned it no fewer than 19 times, and the court in June Medical just a year ago affirmed that the viability line is the central holding of both Casey and Roe.
Well, you do emphasize that the court drew the line at viability in Roe and reaffirmed that in Casey, and that is certainly something that we have to take very seriously into consideration. But suppose we were considering that question now for the first time. I'm sure you know the arguments about the viability line as well as I do, probably better than I do. What would you say in defense of that line? What would you say to the argument that has been made many times by people who are pro-choice and pro-life that the line really doesn't make any sense, that it is, as Justice Blackmun himself described it, arbitrary? If a woman wants to be free of the burdens of pregnancy, that interest does not disappear the moment the viability line is crossed. Isn't that right?
No, Your Honor. And if I may make a few points to answer your question. First, I think the state views viability as arbitrary because it completely discounts the woman's interest. But viability.
But does a woman have, upon reaching the point of viability, does not the woman have the same interest that she had before viability in being free of this pregnancy that she no longer wants to continue?
Viability is a principled line, Your Honor, because in ordering the
I'm
interest.
trying to see whether it is a principled line. You agree with me, at least on that point, that a woman still has the same interest in terminating her pregnancy after the viability line has been crossed?
Yes, Your Honor, but the court balanced the interest, and in ordering the interest at stake.
Interest on the other side. The fetus has an interest in.
Here it is. Again, this is Alito. This is a good line of questioning. It's very, very challenging. The woman's interest does not change at all. So we set this very principled line of viability. First, it was a principled line at the trimester thing, but they're both arbitrary by the court. What they're doing is they're setting a balancing test. And this is something that the internet discussions about the right to abortion ignore. There is a recognized right and interest to life for the fetus, or conversely, for the state in the potential future life of a citizen. Those are two ways that this is articulated. There is a competing right. A lot of people online want to ignore that there is a competing right. They say it's all about the woman, but it's not. And it's not in the actual case law. It's not just about the woman. There's a competing right, and that's why this line exists. So the obvious question here is, well, the woman's interest is the same throughout. Isn't the fetus's interest the same throughout, or isn't the state's interest the same throughout? What about this line at viability makes the interest balance scales tip? What causes it? Because right now it kind of looks like it's arbitrary. And one thing that the Supreme Court does not like is arbitrary things. So it's an interesting question here.
Having a life, and that doesn't change, does it, from the point before viability to the point after viability?
In some people's view, it doesn't, Your Honor, but what the court said is that those philosophical.
In some people's view, it doesn't. In some people's view? Oh, so wait, are the other people's views that fetuses in the womb make a decision on the viability day of 24 weeks? Suddenly they're like, you know what? Now I have a greater interest in living than I did yesterday. What the fuck kind of stupid argument was that?
Philosophical differences couldn't be resolved in a way.
That's what I'm getting at. What is the philosophical argument, the secular philosophical argument for saying this is the appropriate line? There are those who say that the rights of personhood should be considered to have taken hold at a point when the fetus acquires certain independent characteristics. But viability is dependent on medical technology and medical practice. it has changed. It may continue to change.
No, Your Honor, it is principled because in ordering the interest at stake, the court had to set a line between conception and birth, and it logically looked at the fetus's ability to survive separately as a legal line because it's objectively verifiable and doesn't require the court to resolve the philosophical issues at stake.
I just want to focus on stare decisis for a little bit. I found my colleague Justice Breyer's comments quite compelling. I'm not quite sure how they play out in Casey.
Is this
it
Roberts
is certainly
again?
true that we cannot base our decisions on whether they're popular or not with the people. Casey seemed to say we shouldn't base our decisions not only on that, but whether they're going to seem popular. It seemed to me to have a paradoxical conclusion that the more
This is not Kennedy. Kennedy was replaced by Barrett.
unpopular the decisions are, the firmer the court should be in not departing from prior precedent. It's sort of a super stare decisis, but it's super stare decisis for what are regarded as, by many, as the most erroneous decisions. Do you think there is that category, or is it just normal stare decisis?
I think it is precedent on precedent, Your Honor, because Casey did the stare decisis analysis for Roe. So the question before this court is whether that stare decisis analysis was egregiously wrong. And if I may answer your earlier question about whether viability was squarely at issue in Casey, it clearly was, Your Honor. At pages 869 to 871, the court squarely addressed viability because the government had made the argument that viability was arbitrary.
I appreciate that Casey addressed it, but that's different than saying it was at issue. It said it was the central principle of Roe because it was pretty much all that was left after they were done dealing with the rest of it. And the regulations in Casey had no applicability or not, depending upon where viability was. They applied throughout the whole range, period. So if they didn't say anything about viability, it's like what Justice Blackmun said when discussing among his colleagues, which is a good reason not to have papers out that early, is that they don't have to address the line drawing at all in Roe, and they didn't have to address the line drawing at all in Casey.
I disagree with that, Your Honor, because the undue burden test incorporates the viability line. That was what the court was assessing the regulations against, whether they imposed a substantial obstacle in the path of a woman before viability. And if a prohibition like this law isn't a substantial obstacle, then nothing would be. So the issue was squarely before the court. And in fact, the court said at page 879 that in adopting.
If this isn't a substantial barrier, then nothing would be? Well, if 15 weeks isn't a substantial barrier, 6 weeks could be, 4 weeks could be, 1 week could be. That's a nonsensical argument. Again.
The undue burden test, it was not disturbing the viability line.
It's a very interesting question that I think
oh, God damn it.
raised too. It's usually just philosophical, but I think it has bite here.
This is Breyer, the most insufferable speaking judge on the panel. Eugene says, well, it's kind of quiet here. There's more noise about certain official positions similar to state AG arguing critics of his region's governor should be beheaded because it's a blood feud now. P.S. ruble literally means hack currency. Okay, back to Breyer. Oh, God.
When I read Casey, it's not just 1-on-1. You know, 2 is greater than 1. Yeah, Casey plus Roe is greater than. They're making a point that we're an institution.
Casey plus Roe is not greater than That is not actually how this works. They're not separate cases that both support the same principle. They're in the same line. Casey was actually refining Roe because Roe was such a fucking disaster. The man is an idiot.
Perhaps more.
Get retired.
Than a court of appeals or a district court. It's Hamilton's point. No purse, no sword, and yet we have to have public support And that comes primarily, says Casey. I wonder if it was O'Connor who wrote that. I don't know. But it comes primarily from people believing that we do our job. We use reason.
Do you?
We don't look at just what's popular. And that's where you're seeing the paradox.
You literally do.
But
you're literally.
The problem with the super case, of which we've heard 3 mentioned, the problem with the super case like this, the rare case, the watershed case, where people are really opposed on both sides, and they really fight each other, is they're going to be ready to say, no, you're just political. You're just politicians. And that's what kills us as an American institution.
What the
That's
fuck
what they're
does this
saying.
have to do with the case?
So we're looking at
Breyer?
it for that, but we are looking to, and that they say is a reason why. A reason why, when you get a case like that, you better be damn sure that the normal stare considerations, stare decisis overruling are really there in spades, double, triple, quadruple. And then they go through and show they're not.
Spades, very racist.
What's the paradox? Maybe you think I've just made an argument that there isn't one, but really, in my head, I'm thinking I'm not sure. There may be one, and I don't know if you've ever thought about this. I don't know if you've ever, when that occurred to you. I don't want to overrule the story.
Bathroom thoughts with Justice Breyer. The man is pontificating from the toilet while taking a shit. He's supposed to be asking some sort of question, and he's just talking about the nature of the court and how tough it is to be a political animal, but not be political, to be beholden to the will of the people, because that's where you derive your power, but to be removed from such petty concerns at the same time. And I don't know, have you even thought about it? I've thought about it. I think about things all the time. And I don't know if other people are thinking about things because I can't be in the position of them to discuss their own cognition. Fucking hell.
I wouldn't want the court to overrule the stare decisis section of Casey. You say? And that's what I think is being brought up. And maybe I haven't made it clearer, but I've tried to.
Yes, Your Honor. I think the point that the court was making was that the fact that some states may continue to enact laws in the teeth of the court's precedent has never been enough of a reason to overrule. And that's true for a number of decisions that the court has issued. The fact that some people continue to disagree with them is not a basis to discard that precedent.
Justice Thomas, anything further?
Back to my original question.
Thomas always sounds unamused.
If I know your interest here is in abortion. I understand that. But if I were to ask you what constitutional right protects the right to abortion? Is it privacy? Is it autonomy? What would it be?
It's liberty, Your Honor. It's the textual protection in the 14th Amendment that a state can't deprive a person of liberty without due process of law. And the court has interpreted.
What the fuck? That's where you go? You go to liberty under the 14th Amendment. The state deprives you of liberty without due process of law, with far less due process of law than is afforded to abortion constantly. The privacy argument's a fine one. Bodily autonomy. And they go with liberty. Insane.
Liberty to include the right to make family decisions and the right to physical autonomy, including the right to end a pre-viability pregnancy.
So it's all of the above.
Well, that's how the court has interpreted the Liberty Clause for over 100 years in cases going back to Meyer, Griswold, Carey, Loving, Lawrence.
Yeah, but I mean, all of those sort of just come from.
Yeah, Griswold, Loving, and Lawrence have nothing to do with abortion. Griswold is the closest because I'm pretty sure Griswold was contraception. Loving versus Virginia is interracial marriage. Has nothing to do with abortion. There's not a competing baby's right going there. Plus, oh God. And then Lawrence v. Texas is the right to have butt sex in private. Legitimately, that's the case. And it's ostensibly applied to the gays, but that's only because in Texas, sodomy was illegal, but it was only enforced against the gays. You could do all the sodomizing you wanted as long as it was good old-fashioned heterosexual sodomy. It was fine. It was only gay sodomy that was the problem. So none of those have anything to do with fucking abortion.
Out of Lochner, so it's that we've dropped part of it. So I understand what you're saying, but what I'm trying to focus on is to lower the level of generality, or at least be a little bit more specific. In the old days, we used to say it was a right to privacy that the court found in the substantive due process clause, okay? So, or in substantive due process. And I'm trying to get you to tell me, what are we relying on now? Is it privacy? Is it autonomy? What is it?
I think it continues to be liberty, and the right exists whatever level of generality the court applies. There was a tradition under the
If you listen carefully to what she just said, she said, I think it's whatever we can get away with getting on this one. It's whatever the court will say. That's what it is. Whatever the court will say. He's asking her for a principled basis for the right. What is the basis of the right? And she literally just said, no, I think it's whatever the court will do. Whatever one the court will do, that's the one. That's backwards reasoning. That's getting there through the answer. You have to provide the basis for the answer, though, honey. That's what he's asking for. Answer the fucking question. But again, the problem with this is this was hacked together. And the only argument, the only currently existing, this is the problem with the entire abortion argument. We can't even get to a discussion of the principled right because we're arguing instead over whether it was decided correctly under Roe. That's the ultimate issue here. Whatever you want for abortion, whatever you want the ultimate solution to be, is wholly divorced from what is happening in the Supreme Court cases on this. Because of our broken ass system in applying stare decisis and honoring precedent as if it is sacrosanct, because of that, the argument is always whether or not Roe was correctly decided. That's the bottom line. The answer to that is no. Full stop. You can want abortion. You can love it. You can like bathe in baby fetuses or whatever. That is irrelevant to whether or not Roe was correctly decided. Roe is a hack job of bullshit. And that is the reason why she is unable to give a proper basis, even when he teed it up for her. So we used to say it was privacy. Are we not saying it's privacy anymore? And she's like, I think it's kind of whatever we want it to be. Because that's how Roe was decided. They just took up a hatchet and started chopping words out of places and put it together and came up with this weird fucking opinion that has been acknowledged bad by people as wild as Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who is in support of abortion. But Roe is a disaster of a decision. And because it's a disaster, we're relying on protecting this disaster rather than hammering out a constitutional principle that is actually correct. And that is one of the most frustrating fucking things about this. Roe has become the religion of many people. And Roe is not abortion. Roe is associated with it. It's the case that protects it, but it does it in such a ham-fisted way. It's not refined. It was done in a politically tumultuous time. And there was, let's be real, it's a lot of motivation going on in the 60s to change things in a different way for women following the 50s. Roe is not immune from that. Roe is a shit show. But we can't even hammer out the constitutional principles or lay a good foundation because we're stuck with the shit that they gave us because stare decisis is retarded.
common law for centuries of women being able to end their pregnancies. But in addition, when it comes to decisions related to family, marriage, and childbearing, the court has done the analysis at a higher level of generality. And that makes sense because...
And she's completely fucking lying about this. When it comes to decisions about family, marriage, and child raisings, largely, overwhelmingly, it's in the province of the states. Overwhelmingly, it's the only vestige of the 10th Amendment that remains. The only encroachments we have had on that is Loving versus Virginia, where the Fed said, okay, you can't prevent white people from marrying black people, though. And really, that's about fucking it. I guess Griswold, where they said you can't make contraception illegal. And then I guess gay marriage. But I mean, this idea that this should be removed from the states when it's basically entirely within the states. That's where marriage, family, and childbearing, that child raising or whatever, that's all within the states. It's the only thing left. Ann, I don't know her name, but the lady arguing on behalf of abortion is the Solicitor General of the United States.
Otherwise, the Constitution would reinforce the historical discrimination against women.
Thank you. Justice Breyer? Justice Alito?
Well, you just mentioned the common law. So let me ask you a couple of questions about history. Did any state constitutional provision recognize that abortion was a right, liberty, or immunity in 1868 when the 14th Amendment was adopted?
No, Your Honor, but it had been allowed under the common law for many years.
Does any judicial decision at that time or shortly or immediately after 1868 recognize that abortion was a right, liberty, or immunity?
There were state high court decisions shortly before then, Your Honor, talking about the ability of women to end a pregnancy before quickening.
What's your best case?
For the right to end a pregnancy, Your Honor?
Mm-hmm.
Allowing a state to take control of a woman's body and force her to undergo the physical demands.
Answer the fucking question. What's your case? You have 4 originalist justices sitting on this court. You have 4 of them. 3.5. You have 3.5. I guess, no. Yeah, I would say 4. And you get asked an originalism question and you don't have a case? You said there was one. What is it?
Risks and life-altering consequences of pregnancy is a fundamental deprivation of her liberty. And once the court recognizes that that liberty interest deserves heightened protection, it does need to draw a workable line, and viability is a line that logically balances the interests at stake.
The brief for the American Historical Association says that abortion was not legal before quickening in 26 out of 37 states at the time when the 14th Amendment was adopted. Is that correct?
That is correct, because some of the states had started to discard the common law at that point because of a discriminatory view that a woman's proper role was as a wife and mother, a view that the Constitution now rejects, and that's why it's appropriate to do the historical analysis at a higher level of generality.
In the face of that, can it be said that the right to abortion is deeply rooted in the history and traditions of the American people?
Yes, it can, Your Honor. Again, at the founding, women were able to end their pregnancy under the common law. And in fact, this court in Glucksburg specifically discussed Casey as a decision based on history and tradition. And at note 19 specifically called out and relied on Roe's conclusion that at the time of the founding and well into the 1800s, women had the ability to end a pregnancy.
What was the principal source that the court relied on in Roe for its historical analysis? Who was the author of that article?
I apologize, Your Honor, I don't remember the author. I know that the court spent many pages of the opinion doing a historical analysis. There's also a brief on behalf of several key American historian associations that go through that history in detail, because there's even more information now that supports Roe's legal conclusions.
All right, thank you.
That that tradition of ending a pregnancy was abortifacient drugs. It was not shoving a forceps into a forcefully dilated cervix, crushing the fetus, then shoving a vacuum cleaner up in that same cervix and sucking out a baby. That's not what it was. And that's a wholly different thing than taking an abortifacient drug. Abortifacient drugs have been around for what, 4,000 years? Herbal teas. There are all sorts of different things that women can do. And that is a different thing than having a doctor shove a bunch of instruments up a hoo-ha and suck out a baby. And that is where this thing gets lost. And there's no way you can say at the time of the founding that they supported D&E abortions. They just didn't, because it didn't exist. Yeah, she claimed the abortificants were used upon the quickening, aka 5 months into pregnancy. It's important to know that Roe was also relying on the quickening as well, the idea of ensoulment, the medieval concept of when life enters a baby and it becomes a baby from a fetus. Again, we're for all the believe the science things we go with. That's believing the science. Abortion is the one key argument on the left that demands you ignore all scientific reality about conception.
I think the other side would say that the core problem here.
Here's Kavanaugh. Someone's going to ask him about his fart jokes.
Is that the court has been forced by the position you're taking and by the cases to pick sides on the most contentious social debate in American life, and to do so in a situation where they say that the Constitution is neutral on the question of abortion, the text and history, that the Constitution's neither pro-life nor pro-choice on the question of abortion, and they would say, therefore, it should be left to the people, to the states, or to Congress. And I think they also then continue, because the Constitution is neutral, that this court should be scrupulously neutral on the question of abortion, neither pro-choice nor pro-life. But because they say the Constitution doesn't give us the authority, we should leave it to the states, and we should be scrupulously neutral on the question. And that they are saying here, I think, that we should return to a position of neutrality on that contentious social issue, rather than continuing to pick sides on that issue. So I think that's, at a big picture level, their argument. I want to give you a chance to respond to that.
Yes, a few points, if I may, Your Honor. First, of course, those very same arguments were made in Casey, and the court rejected them, saying that this philosophical disagreements can't be resolved in a way that a woman has no choice in the matter. And second, I don't think it would be a neutral position. The Constitution provides a guarantee of liberty. The court has interpreted that liberty to include the ability to make decisions related to childbearing.
As much as I wish it did, the Constitution does not provide a constitutional degree of or a guarantee of liberty. In fact, we have all sorts of deprivations of liberty. The mention of liberty is in the preamble or the Declaration of Independence. Life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. Sure, that's wonderful. Over and over and over again, they have suggested that those rights are not explicit, but are rather incorporated and interpreted in the other rights that are actually enumerated in the Constitution. So, okay.
Marriage and family. Women have an equal right to liberty under the Constitution, Your Honor. And if they're not able to make this decision, if states can take control of women's bodies and force them.
I want one of these fucking cuck justices to say that men don't have a liberty right. Men don't have a liberty right under the structure that you've provided. Men don't have it. Can one of them fucking step up and just say it? Just get the juices flowing on this one. Because this is a quintessential problem with Roe and with Casey and with this discussion in general. There is no male liberty in this discussion. If a man chooses to have sex, he is left with the consequences of the sexual act. If a woman chooses to have sex, her choice comes later. That is not balanced. And maybe that's fine, but no one will just bring up the damn argument.
To endure months of pregnancy and childbirth, then they will never have equal status under the Constitution.
And I want to ask a question about stare decisis and to think about how to approach that here, because there have been lots of questions picking up on Justice Barrett's questions and others. And history helps think about stare decisis as I've looked at it, and the history of how the courts applied stare decisis. And when you really dig into it, history tells a somewhat different story, I think, than is sometimes assumed. You think about some of the most important cases, the most consequential cases in this court's history. There's a string of them where the cases overruled precedent. Brown v. Board, outlawed separate but equal. Baker versus Carr, which set the stage for one person, one vote. West Coast Hotel, which recognized the state's authority to regulate business. Miranda versus Arizona, which required police to give warnings when about the right to remain silent and to have an attorney present to suspects in criminal custody. Lawrence v. Texas, which said that the state may not prohibit same-sex conduct. Knapp versus Ohio, which held that the exclusionary rule applies to state criminal prosecutions to exclude evidence obtained in violation of the Fourth Amendment.
Look at Kavanaugh coming in hot with a list of cases that just obliterated the prior case law before him. Good Lord. Bring up, fuck, I lost it. It doesn't matter. He's doing great.
Gideon versus Wainwright, which guaranteed the right to counsel in criminal cases. Obergefell, which recognized the constitutional right to same-sex marriage. In each of those cases, and that's a list, and I could go on, and those are some of the most consequential and important in the court's history, the court overruled precedent. And it turns out if the court in those cases had listened and they were presented with arguments in those cases, adhere to precedent. In Brown v. Board, adhere to Plessy. On West Coast Hotel, adhere to Atkins and adhere to Lochner. And if the court had done that in those cases, the country would be a much different place. So I assume you agree with most, if not all, the cases I listed there where the court overruled precedent. So the question on stare decisis is why, and I know you disagree with what I'm about to say in the if we think that the prior precedents are seriously wrong, why then doesn't the history of this court's practice with respect to those cases tell us that the right answer is actually to return to the position of neutrality and
leave it to the
not
states.
Stick with those precedents in the same way that all those other cases didn't?
Because the view that a previous precedent is wrong, Your Honor, has never been enough for this court to overrule, and it certainly shouldn't be enough here when there's 50 years of precedent. Instead, the court has required something else, a special justification, and the state doesn't come forward with any special justification. It makes the same exact arguments the court already considered and rejected in its stare decisis analysis in Casey, and in fact, there is nothing different. There is no less need today than 30 years ago or 50 years ago for women to be able to make this fundamental decision for themselves about their bodies, lives, and health.
Thank you.
Justice Barrett?
I want to ask you a follow-up question. The chief was asking.
That's a cop-out answer. The considerations in all of those cases were identical to the day, month, week, decade, century before those cases were decided. The considerations were the same. Something else changed in all of those. So she didn't answer the question in a way that gave them any. She just basically said, well, this one's different because in this one, it's just as necessary now. I mean, in Brown versus Board, the argument was it's just as necessary to keep segregated schools today as it was yesterday. I mean, that was the argument. She did no favors there. Her fucking presentation is pretty bad. I mean, I'm obviously biased. That's one of the other reasons I mentioned this beforehand. I'm biased in this argument, but she is not. There are things she could say here that she is not saying, and what she is saying is not impressive.
About the viability line and if that was the right place, if that's the right line to draw. So let's take it out of the question of stare decisis and imagine that there's a state constitution that's identical to the 14th Amendment's due process clause. And a state Supreme Court has to decide as a matter of state constitutional law what the scope of an abortion right is. And the second trimester ends at 27 weeks. And so that state Supreme Court says, we think that the right exists, in an absolute sense, that the state cannot take away the right up to 27 weeks. And then after that adopts an undue burden standard. As a matter of first principles, is that line acceptable as a matter of constitutional law?
Your Honor, it may be, but I think that the question in this case is whether a line is obviously more principled or obviously more workable than viability because of the stare decisis context.
That's the Roe framework, basically the trimester. Why wouldn't that be workable if you pick a line and say the end of the second trimester, 27 weeks, third trimester, state's interests increase? I don't understand why 27 weeks is less workable than 24.
I'm not trying to suggest it is, Your Honor. And what I was trying to suggest is that the viability line is a principled and workable line. So to change it, there would have to be a new line that's obviously more principled and more workable.
But it doesn't. It isn't. That logic is not the logic that was used in Casey to change the arbitrary line. So no, you don't actually need that. You don't actually need to overcome the workability issue because she and Amy Coney Barrett is pointing this out. What she basically did was laid up the distinction between Roe and Casey. She said it was an arbitrary line. So what did they do to bring this to make this a better workable line than the other line? What makes this better? And she just said, you need a big push to change it, but they didn't have a big push in Casey to change it. It was the same shit. They just said, this is dumb. This arbitrary line is dumb. Let's set a different arbitrary line.
And the line that the court has drawn actually...
But that's stare decisis. I'm asking as a matter of first principles.
As a matter of first principle, the viability line makes sense because if the state constitution is the same...
As a matter of prudential judgment. It's not constitutionally required as a matter of first principles because, in fact, we could decide to be more protective and say 27 weeks into the second trimester.
You could, Your Honor, but the viability line makes sense given the protection for liberty because it comes from the woman's liberty interest in resisting state control of her body. And once the court recognizes that interest, it does need to draw a line, as it does in many other constitutional contexts like the Fourth and Fifth Amendment. And the viability line, as I mentioned, makes sense because it focuses on the fetus's ability to survive separately, which is an appropriate legal line because it's objectively verifiable and doesn't delve into philosophical questions about when life begins.
Thank you, counsel.
All right. Do we have an amicus? A lot of you were asking what chips I was eating, so I put them on screen for a second. Although I'm done.
General Prelogar.
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court.
This woman sounds exactly the same as the last woman.
For a half-century, this court has correctly recognized that the Constitution protects a woman's fundamental right to decide whether to end a pregnancy before viability. That guarantee that the state cannot force a woman to carry a pregnancy to term and give birth has engendered substantial individual and societal reliance. The real-world effects of overruling Roe and Casey would be severe and swift. Nearly half of the states already have or are expected to enact bans.
I think they should have had a man argue one of the pro-abortion sides. Maybe one woman. I think a man should have argued one. I think that's a better look.
On abortion at all stages of pregnancy, many without exceptions for rape or incest. Women who are unable to travel hundreds of miles to gain access to legal abortion will be required to continue with their pregnancies and give birth, with profound effects on their bodies, their health, and the course of their lives. If this court renounces the liberty interest recognized in Roe and reaffirmed in Casey, it would be an unprecedented contraction of individual rights and a stark departure from principles of stare decisis. The court has never revoked a right that is so fundamental to so many Americans and so central to their ability to participate fully and equally in society. The court should not overrule this central component of women's liberty.
General, would you specifically tell me, state what the right is? Is it specifically abortion? Is it liberty? Is it autonomy? Is it privacy?
The right is grounded in the liberty component of the 14th Amendment, Justice Thomas, but I think that it promotes interests in autonomy, bodily integrity, liberty, and equality. And I do think that it is specifically the right to abortion here, the right of a woman to be able to control without the state forcing her to continue a pregnancy, whether to carry that baby to term.
I understand we're talking about abortion here, but what is confusing is that if we were talking about the Second Amendment, I know exactly what we're talking about. If we're talking about the Fourth Amendment, I know what we're talking about because it's written, it's there. What specifically is the right here that we're talking about?
Well, Justice Thomas, I think that the court in those other contexts with respect to those other amendments has had to articulate what the text means and the bounds of the Constitution.
He's asking you what text they need to articulate. Can you just provide him? Of course you can't. It's a trap question, but that's the point that he's making. Well, in the other ones, the court had to blah, 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 blah. They had something to go off of. Here you don't. So what is it? DBZ says, agree about man's rights to child, but the old adage says, if you're not a man, you don't get a say. Well, I think if you are a man, you don't get a say. Same applies to women who have never given live birth. How does one know about abortion if never experienced having children? I don't know. I don't buy those. I don't subscribe to that line of thinking anyway, so I don't like using it in reverse. I think anybody can have an opinion on abortion, whether or not they've had children, whether or not they have a vagina. I think people's opinions might change after they have children in general. I think that happens probably with a decent amount of frequency, but I don't think that anything disqualifies anyone from having an opinion.
Guarantees, and it's done so through a variety of different tests that implement First Amendment rights, Second Amendment rights, Fourth Amendment rights. So I don't think that there is anything unprecedented or anomalous about the right that the court articulated in Roe and Casey and the way that it implemented that right by defining the scope of the liberty interest by reference to viability and providing that that is the moment when the balance of interest tips and when the state can act to prohibit a woman from getting an abortion based on its interest in protecting the fetal life at that point.
So the right specifically is abortion.
It's the right of a woman prior to viability to control whether to continue with the pregnancy. Yes.
Thank you.
But see, that assumes the conclusion. That's not actually the right. That is how they protect the right. They chose the point to protect the right at viability. This pre-viability nonsense was created again in case it wasn't even created in Roe. They can't answer the fucking question. Rael says, I can't stand these two-faced women. They'll opine about how the government has no right to interfere with women's choices, etc. Then in the same breath, will say that no one has the right to refuse the government forcing the vax. Yes, correct. It is important to note that the prior lady, the Solicitor General, is the one who was arguing in favor of the OSHA vax mandate. She was protecting the government's right to take away your bodily autonomy. That was what she was doing. That's what she would be doing just a mere, month after this took place, month and a half. The same lady.
I am interested in Justice Kavanaugh's long litany of cases in which we've overruled precedent, and we have.
God.
Yet you did call this unprecedented. As I see the structure of the Constitution, the body of it is the relationship of the three branches of government. And then there is the relationship of the federal government to the state. And through our incorporation of the 14th Amendment of the state vis-a-vis the individual, it's the federal government and the state's relationship to individuals. And I see the Bill of Rights, including the 14th Amendment, as basically setting the limits, giving individual freedom to do certain things, and stopping the government from intruding in those liberties, in those Bill of Rights, correct? Of all of the decisions that Justice Kavanaugh listed, all of them virtually, except for maybe one, involved us recognizing and overturning state control over issues that we said belong to individuals. The right in Miranda to be warned was an individual right, correct?
That's right, Justice Sotomayor. And I think that that is a key distinction with the list of precedents that Justice Kavanaugh was relying on. I think that there are really two key distinctions. And the first is that in the vast majority of those cases, the court was actually taking the issue away from the people and saying that it had been wrong before not to recognize a right. And I think that matters because it goes straight to reliance interests. Here, the court would be doing the opposite. It would be telling the women of America that it was wrong, that actually the ability to control their bodies and perhaps the most important decision they can make about whether to bring a child into this world is not part of their protected liberty.
Again, it's all framing, because it could also be the court saying that it was wrong in allowing someone to kill the baby. It's telling the babies of America that it was wrong in allowing someone to murder them prior to their birth. I mean, it's all in the framing. It's the same exact thing being said in a different way that puts it exactly in line. It puts it exactly in line with the cases Kavanaugh cited, because it goes to protecting the life interests of the child. But it's when you ignore that these two conflicting rights exist and you frame it in a particular way that you get the outcome that you want. Sejong the Great says, if the viability clause is in play here, then both parents have to agree to the termination of life. If we want to be willing to name the branches of government, then it's impossible to ignore all parties responsible for children.
And I think that that would come at tremendous cost to the reliance that women have placed on this right and on societal reliance and what this right has meant for further ensuring
reliance
equality.
Point is a good point, and this may be my fault. I'm talking about pages 854 to 863 in the Casey case, and I've already used up too much time. I can't read those pages out loud, but they do not include the list that Justice Kavanaugh had.
Half of the cases Kavanaugh listed came after Casey fucking dildo. Oh, God, he's dumb. Oh, just leave. I know Biden is going to appoint a nightmare to the court. I know, but for fuck's sake.
They do include two. One is Brown, and the second one is West Coast Hotel versus Parrish. And you could add the gay rights cases as a third, which would fit the criteria. But there are complex criteria that she's talking about that link to the position in the rule of law of this court. So all I would say is you have to read them before beginning to say whether they're overruling or not overruling in the sense meant there, calling for special concern. Now, they say in those, maybe I'd mention too. Wait a minute. Of course, Plessy was wrong when decided, but just a minute. Also remember, Plessy said that separate but equal was a badge of inferiority. No, they said it isn't. Well, all you have to do is open your eyes and look at the South, my friend, and you will see whether it was or it wasn't in 1954. And they made a similar point. They said, are you going to sit here in the middle of the Depression and tell me that Lochner, with its other cases, and pure, just about pure laissez-faire, that we can run the country that way?
Oh, don't even get me fucking started on how retarded that argument is.
I mention that because I want people to read those 15 pages with care. And that's why I said that. If you had anything to add to my plea to read it, please do.
Well, Justice Breyer, I agree completely. I have read those pages and reread them many times, and I think that this is actually another key distinction from the cases that Justice Kavanaugh was referring to, and that is, as I understand those passages in Casey, the court carefully walked through each and every stare decisis factor that this court focuses on. It looked at workability of the viability rule, doctrinal underpinnings, legal and factual developments, and critically reliance interests. And down the line, it found that the case for reaffirming Roe was overwhelming. And in that situation, when every factor that the court consults to determine whether to retain precedent counsels in favor of retaining it, I think Casey properly perceived that a decision to overrule nevertheless, perhaps based on conclusion that the justices thought the case was wrongly decided in the first instance, would run counter to the ability of stare decisis to function as a cornerstone of the rule of law in this context.
Is it your argument that a case can never be overruled simply because it was egregiously wrong?
I think that at the very least, the state would have to come forward with some kind of materially changed circumstance or some kind of materially new argument, and Mississippi hasn't done so in this
Really?
case.
So suppose Plessy versus...
Again, what? What? She just said a case, even if it was just flat out fucking wrong, can't be overturned because of stare decisis unless a state can come forward and articulate a change in circumstance. Good God, just know when to take, right? Like, you got to know when to hold, know when to fold. Like, fucking just listen to the gambler, bitch. Now did you hear his voice? Really? Let's see what happens. Brian Law says, legal soundness aside, if the right to Minecraft your kid is this important to you, then you should have it. Save that child the trauma of having an ideological nut as a parent and earn yourself an honorary Darwin Award. Holy shit. Here we go.
Ferguson was re-argued in 1897, so nothing had changed. Would it not be sufficient to say that was an egregiously wrong decision on the day it was handed down, and now it should be overruled?
It certainly was egregiously wrong on the day that it was handed down, Plessy, but what the court said in analyzing Plessy to Brown and Casey was that what had become clear is that the factual premise that underlay the decision, this idea that segregation didn't create a badge of inferiority, had been entirely mistaken.
So
and here the state
is it your answer that we needed all the experience from 1896 to 1954 to realize that Plessy was wrongly decided? Would you answer my question? Had it come before the court in 1897, should it have been overruled or not?
I think it should have been overruled, but I think that the factual premise was wrong in the moment it was decided, and the court realized that and clarified that when it overruled.
So there are circumstances in which a decision may be overruled, properly overruled, when it must be overruled, simply because it was egregiously wrong at the moment it was decided.
Well, I think every other stare decisis factor likewise would have justified overruling in that interest, that actually it would run counter to any notion of reasonable reliance, that it was not a workable rule, that it had become an outlier in our understanding of fundamental freedoms.
Had become an outlier in our understanding of fundamental freedoms wouldn't have happened if it was the next year. That's what he's getting at. So it wouldn't actually go to all of the this is why stare decisis is silly. Stare decisis, as she's articulating, says that a decision is constitutionally sound until society decides that it's not. But that isn't how that's the opposite of what we're supposed to be doing with the Constitution. I know I'm going to make Uncivil pull his hair out on this one, but this is the problem with the system we built since Marbury versus Madison, because it has taken away the responsibility of Congress to amend the Constitution when society changes. Instead, we put it in the hands of judges, and they've come up with this fucking weird structure for doing stuff that doesn't make any goddamn sense.
Well, there was a
And so I
lot
think
of
looking at all of
reliance
the
on, there was a lot of reliance on Plessy. The South built up a whole society based on the idea of white supremacy. So there was a lot of reliance. It was improper reliance. It was reliance on an egregiously wrong understanding of what equal protection means. But your answer is, I still don't understand. I still don't have your answer clearly. Can a decision be overruled simply because it was erroneously wrong, even if nothing has changed between the time of that decision and the time when the court is called upon to consider whether it should be overruled? Yes or no? Can you give me a yes or no answer on that?
This court, no, has never overruled in that situation just based on a conclusion that the decision was wrong. It has always applied the stare decisis factors and likewise found that they warrant overruling in that instance. And Casey did that. It applied the stare decisis factors. If stare decisis is to mean anything, it has to mean that that kind of extensive consideration of all of the same arguments for whether to retain or discard a precedent itself is an additional layer of precedent that needs to be relied on and can form a stable foundation of the rule of law.
General, you've talked a number of times.
Yeah, Uncivil's right. She just argued that Plessy should have been upheld until they had developed the basically 60 years of injustice as the basis for overturning it. Sorry, LeBlacks. You just have to deal with the shit sandwich that you got from Plessy v. Ferguson. Which, by the way, Plessy v. Ferguson was a setup by civil rights activists in 1896 to get rid of the idea of separate but equal. Plessy was not supposed to cement it for the next 60 years. Plessy was a white passing black man, something like an 8th, a 16th, or a 32nd black. He was effectively white guy, red hair. He's in the fucking car. And the only reason that he was reported as being there was because the people who knew he was part black, but other people didn't. They were all in on it, and they were doing this to bring the case to make ridiculous this notion that that one drop of black blood meant that someone was not white. They were trying to go the opposite way, and it backfired on them. But it's crazy. This woman's answer was crazy.
Times about the reliance interests here, and I think I'd like you to say a little bit more about that, because sometimes when we talk about reliance interests, it's like there's a rule of law, and you look at it and you say, oh, somebody will.
This is Kagan because she's the woman on the bench who doesn't sound like Amy Coney Barrett and doesn't sound like she has Down syndrome. So that's how you know it's Kagan.
Enforce my contract because of this rule, and it has a very kind of grounded quality to it. And as Casey talked about the reliance interests here, they're a little bit more airy. And I just wanted to get your sense of what are the reliance interests here, and how do they cash out on the ground?
Well, there are multiple reliance interests here, as I think Casey correctly recognized. Casey pointed to the individual reliance of women and their partners who had been able to organize their lives and make important life decisions against the backdrop of having control over this incredibly consequential decision whether to have a child. And people make decisions in reliance on having that kind of reproductive control, decisions about where to live, what relationships to enter into, what investments to make in their jobs and careers. And so I think on a very individual level, there has been profound reliance. And it's certainly the case that not every woman in America has needed to exercise this right or has wanted to, but 1 in 4 American women have had an abortion. And for those women, the right secured by Roe and Casey has been critical in ensuring that they can control their bodies and control their lives.
I don't actually buy that 1 in 4 women has had an abortion. I don't believe that. I'd be really curious how they derive that statistic. That's just my opinion. I'm wondering if they're including stuff like Plan B, which I know I'm not arguing about whether or not that's an abortion, but I'm curious what that actually says and how they're deriving that data. I don't think 1 in 4 is actually accurate, personally. But I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it's 1 in 4. Maybe literally you look at 4 women and one of them has a haunted vagina. I don't know. Tim Snake, that's a joke. Chill out. Tim Snake says, with a big donation, thank you, says, does Sotomayor not understand? Yes. Does Sotomayor not understand our rights don't come from the Constitution? They're innate from our birth as human beings. Some of her questions seem seriously authoritarian. Regardless, thanks for the plethora of informative content, Nick. Yeah, correct. Sotomayor doesn't seem to understand much of anything. She's a terrible justice. She's terribly unreasoned, and she's terribly uninteresting. All right, here we go. Sorry, it always just it always just there's a haunted house uterus joke that is just, I always think of it and it makes me laugh every time.
And then I think there's a second dimension to it that Casey also properly recognized, and that's the societal dimension. That's the understanding of our society, even though this has been a controversial decision, that this is a liberty interest of women. It's the case that not everyone agrees with Roe versus Wade, but just about every person in America knows what this court held. They know how the court has defined this concept of liberty for women and what control they will have in the situation of an unplanned pregnancy. And for the court to reverse course now, I think would run counter to that societal reliance and the very concept we have of what equality is guaranteed to women in this country.
It is certainly true.
Oh,
that,
God.
There can be some planning by some people about pregnancy. People who are raped.
Some people can plan a Oh, God. Somebody can. Jeez, I didn't know. God, if someone would have told me sooner. Oh, my goodness. God, fucking hell. And here we're gonna get the rape and incest argument. Look, if they want to make abortion illegal for everybody except rape and incest victims, we'll take it. Watch that stat dry up immediately. Because whatever the rate is, it's less than 3%, and it's overstated by at least, estimates are, a factor of 3. It's likely far less than 1% of abortions. And the idea that it is a pervasive and ongoing problem is ludicrous. And the idea that we can't carve out a rape and incest exception reasonably through the courts is silly.
Don't have a choice, whether it's by an outsider or their own husband. And not everybody can afford contraceptives, contrary to...
There it was, the marital rape, right? The pervasive marital rape problem.
Your adversary's brief. In fact, 19% of the women in Mississippi are uninsured, so they don't have money to pay for contraceptives. So, but why?
Isn't the generic pill, even without insurance, $4 a month, or I think $19? I think $19 a month is the expensive version.
Their point in their brief was, contraceptives, if you use them, the failure rate is very small, et cetera, et cetera. How can there be real reliance? So could you address that issue?
Of course. So first, this is not a new circumstance since Roe and Casey. Contraceptives existed in 1973 and in 1992, and still the court recognized that unplanned pregnancies would persist and deeply implicate the liberty interest of women. But I think even on the facts, the state is mistaken here. A contraceptive failure rate in this country is at about 10% using the most common methods. That means that women using contraceptives, approximately 1 in 10 will experience an unplanned pregnancy in the first year of use alone. About half the women who have unplanned pregnancies were on contraceptives in the month that occurred. And so I think the idea that contraceptives could make the need for abortion dissipate is just contrary to the factual reality.
You also mentioned, or maybe it was...
Let me tell you guys a secret. If abortion were illegal, contraception would be dramatically more effective the next day than it is today. I'll repeat that. If pregnancy were illegal, contraception the next day would become dramatically more effective than it already is. The reality, based on polling of actual abortion users, is somewhere north of 90% of them are contraceptive in nature. It's just a different and more expensive version of any other contraceptive for the overwhelming majority of use cases. And we can't have an honest discussion about it because they will always go to the fringe cases. They'll always say the rape case, the incest case, the woman who had a life change at 16 weeks and now needs to scramble to get her abortion in before 24 weeks. That fucking never happened. Like the amount of times that happens is statistically zero. I mean, sure, it happens. Someone has a dramatic life change in this window between 15 and 24 weeks. Yes, theoretically that would occur, but it's so rare that it's almost not worth talking about. And many of the women where that does happen continue to take the baby to term because abortion isn't a decision for most people that is made in that way. It's not like, well, I really wanted this baby, but damn it, I just lost my apartment and now I don't. So now I'm not going to have it. That's not how people operate because there's a principle behind this. You have to already be, you typically are already in the mindset one way or another on the morality of the abortion choice in and of itself. It's not being made in a vacuum. It's not a clinical decision for people. And even women who convince themselves that it's a clinical decision, I don't think it actually is. I think that's another thing we're not really allowed to talk about is the long-lasting mental effects of abortion on women. They're lied to about how it will affect them, and I think that is fucking criminal. Personally, Ben Samuel says send a $15 super chat. Says I would super chat $20, but I don't have any insurance to buy one. Thank you. But again, the overwhelming, shocking majority of abortions are contraceptive. Logically, if abortion becomes illegal tomorrow, contraception usage of all kinds goes up across the board. It's just more convenient and more fun to not use contraceptives. And you have a parachute. That's it. That's what abortion is. It's the parachute because condoms suck. Let's be honest. Condoms are terrible. They're one of the worst things to ever be invented. And using one is fucking awful. No, thank you. Always raw for life. Pills are annoying to take. IUDs, kind of awkward, right? IUDs probably like the best option, because they're quickly reversible and all of that stuff. But if you don't want to do a daily thing, but that is all of those things are an inconvenience that you don't need to deal with if you have a get out of pregnancy free card with abortion. But if you don't have that card, you'll deal with one of the other things. Because guess what? People like fucking. They love it. They're into it. They're down with fucking. They're like, you know what I'm going to do today? I'm going to get to some fucking. Because fucking is good.
That life changes for women after 15 weeks.
That's exactly right, Justice Sotomayor. And I think that this is responsive as well to the questions that the Chief Justice was asking about, in particular, the impact of enforcing a 15-week bar in this case. The court has always looked at that issue by looking at the people for whom the law is a restriction, not those for whom it's irrelevant. So the question is, why would women need access to abortion after 15 weeks, and what is the effect on them? And there are any number of women who cannot get an abortion earlier. They don't realize that they're pregnant. That's especially true of women who are young or don't haven't experienced a pregnancy before, or their life circumstances change, as you referred to, Justice Sotomayor. They lose their job, or their relationship breaks apart, or they have medical complications. Or for many women, they don't have the resources to pay for it earlier. It takes time for them to raise the money or make the appropriate logistical arrangements to be able to take time off work and travel and have childcare. And for all those women in this category who need access to abortion after 15 weeks, the fact that other women were able to exercise their constitutional rights does nothing to diminish the impact on their liberty interests in forcing them to continue with that pregnancy.
Thank you.
General, following up on that, would that argument be true in terms of viability as well? In other words, what your discussion of the reliance interests and the ability of women and men to control their lives in reliance on the right to an abortion, the argument would not be as strong, I think you'll have to concede, given what we're talking about, which is not a prohibition, it's a 15-week line. Is that right?
Yes.
You have to hypothesize people who have planned their lives according to a 24 or whatever week limit it is, but not a 15-week limit on abortion, right?
Well, I don't think the court has ever analyzed reliance with that kind of parsing. I think here the force of the viability line is that it's clearly demarcated the scope of a woman's protected liberty interest in this context. And the state is not actually asking this court to replace it with a clear 15-week line that would provide some measure of continued protection for this right. They're asking the court to reverse the liberty interest altogether or leave it up in the air. And if that were to happen, then immediately states with 6-week bans, 8-week bans, 10-week bans, and so on would seek to enforce those with no continued guidance of what the scope of the liberty interest is going forward.
Good. And here's why that's good. Even if you like abortion, this is why Mississippi's position is good, because they're trying to just cast out the bad law of Roe versus Wade. Cast out the bad. They're going for the total annihilation of Casey and Roe. Start from scratch. Then a state can implement a 6-week ban like Texas or whatever, and then it can go to the court with fresh eyes to determine whether or not there is a compelling or some level of interest for the state that competes with the woman's interest and where the balance actually lies. And they can maybe do it making better arguments with a much better understanding about human gestation than they had in 1968. Which is good, right? Shouldn't we base this on science? Shouldn't we base this on, we now have 60 years of data about abortions, how it affects people, how it affects communities. By the way, everybody keeps talking about this. Everybody keeps talking about this. Are Black communities doing well? Are predominantly Black communities doing well? And the reason I ask this is because we have 60 years of data on what has happened to Black communities since Roe. Because Planned Parenthood overwhelmingly sets up shop in Black communities. They hate Black babies. They love aborting Black babies. And we have 60 years of data on just how much fucking damage abortion has done to the Black community, to the Black family unit. It's horrifying. The only thing that competes with it, in my opinion, is the government welfare state, the government plantation. The government plantation plus abortion has destroyed Black families. Remembering that prior to the welfare reform of the 60s, if I remember right, And prior to abortion, Black families had a lower divorce rate than white families. They had a stronger overall family unit than white families. And now 3/4 of Black babies are born outside of wedlock. It's insane. And the marriage rate in Black communities has plummeted. It has been destroyed systematically and, in my opinion, intentionally by welfare and abortion. We have all sorts of data on it that we didn't have back when Roe was around.
Forward. Well, that may be what they're asking for, but the thing that is at issue before us today is 15 weeks. And I just wonder what the strength of your reliance arguments, which sounded to me like being based on a total prohibition, would be if there isn't a total prohibition. And as far as viability goes, I don't see what that has to do with the question of choice at all.
Well, I think as Casey emphasized in reaffirming the viability line, the court justified that as having both a logical and a biological justification, that it marks the point in pregnancy when the fetus is capable of meaningful life.
That's what John Hart Ely explained was a complete syllogism. That's the definition of viability. It's not a reason that viability is a good line.
Well, it's focused on the idea of fetal separateness, and I think that that is a line that also accords with the history and tradition in this country of abortion regulation. Contrary to the state's arguments here, at the time of the founding and for most of early American history, women had an ability to access abortion in the early stages of pregnancy, and it was only when the fetus was deemed sufficiently separate the states could act to bar that. So I think that the viability line also aligns with history and tradition in that respect.
Justice Thomas?
Real quick, Andrew Smith says, "Hey, Nick, I sent you a giant gummy worm dildo." Oh, God damn it.
You heard my question to counsel earlier about the woman who was convicted of criminal child neglect. What would be your reaction to that as far as her liberty, and whether or not the liberty interest that we're talking about extends to her?
Well, Justice Thomas, I have to confess that I haven't read the specific case you're referring to, but if I understand the question you were posing, it sounds as though the state is seeking to regulate for a child that's been born that was injured while it was inside the womb. And I think that we are not denying that a state has an interest there. We're not denying that a state has an interest here either. Roe recognized that states have interests that exist from the outset of pregnancy. But with respect to this specific right to abortion, there are also profound liberty interests of the woman on the other side of the scale, and not being forced to continue with a pregnancy, not being forced to endure childbirth, and to have a child out in the world. And the state's arguments here seem to ask this court to look only at its interests and to ignore entirely those incredibly weighty interests of the woman on the other side.
Thank you.
Still didn't answer the question. They can't answer that question. They just will not do it. They will not answer. Can a bitch do a bunch of meth or coke or whatever pre-viability? Is that okay? Is that a neglect of the child question? Does she have the bodily autonomy or the lack of fetal separateness or whatever you want to say? Can she do it? Can she drink a bunch of bleach? Just answer the fucking question. They can't. Can she smoke 38 packs of cigarettes a day? What can she do? Can she drink, just chug the liquor? Just pouring down straight military special vodka. Desert Queen.
Justice Breyer? Justice Lee? No? Justice Gorsuch? Any further?
I just want to make sure I understand your response to the Chief Justice. If this court will reject the viability line, do you see any other intelligible principle that the court could choose?
Well, I think that it would be critically important, even if this court were to reject the viability line, to reinforce and reaffirm the fundamental and profound liberty interest at stake here. And
I'm sorry for interrupting, but that wasn't my question. I understand that point fully by the end of this argument. That is deeply clear to me. I understand your position.
You've made this argument
I'm just asking
clear.
a question about whether you think there would be another alternative line that the government would propose We're not. You emphasize that if 15 weeks were approved, then we'd have cases about 12 and 10 and 8 and 6. And so my question is there a line in there that the government believes would be principled or not?
I don't think there's any line that could be more principled than viability. I think the factors the court would have to think about are what is most consistent with precedent, what would be clear and workable, and what would preserve the essential components of the liberty interest. And viability checks all of those boxes and has
Precedent is the root there. The only sound base argument that she has there is precedent, because the other two, let's go back for just a second and let's listen to what she said again. Because it was telling that precedent's the first one. She mentions two other things, but they all rely on the precedent. So here we go.
Well, I think that it would be critically important, even if this court were to reject the viability line, to reinforce and reaffirm the fundamental and profound liberty interest at stake here. And
I'm sorry for interrupting, but that wasn't my question. I understand you. I understand that point fully by the end of this argument. That is deeply clear to me. I understand your position. I'm just asking a question about whether you think there would be another alternative line that the government would propose. We're not. You emphasize that if 15 weeks were approved, then we'd have cases about 12 and 10 and 8 and 6. And so my question is there a line in there that the government believes would be principled or not?
I don't think there's any line that could be more principled than viability. I think the factors the court would have to think about are what is most consistent with precedent.
Okay, precedent.
What would be clear and workable, and what would
clear and workable. What viability is not clear, by the way. Viability will necessarily shift over time. 15 weeks is clear and workable. 16 weeks, 18 weeks, 20 weeks. All of these things would be clear and workable, right? And so what's the last one?
Preserve the essential components of the liberty interest. And
preserve the essential components of the liberty interest, which is only articulated in any rational way or anything approaching a rational way in Roe. So back to the precedent argument. So again, her entire argument is that abortion needs to be legal because it's legal under Roe. That's it. And that's all this has been. It's all of these cases always are. They're never getting to the essential question of, is this actually a valid decision or a valid concept? They always just go back to, it must be valid because they said it was valid under Roe. Therefore, you can't touch it. It is sacrosanct.
Viability checks all of those boxes and has the advantage as well as being a rule of law for 50 years.
Thank you. That's helpful, counsel. Appreciate
Back to precedent again.
Justice Kavanaugh?
You make a very forceful argument and identify critically important interests that are at stake in this issue. No doubt about that. The other side says, though, that there are two interests at stake, that there's also the interest in fetal life at stake as well. And in your brief, you say that the existing framework accommodates, that's your word, both the interest of the pregnant woman and the interest of the fetus. And the problem, I think the other side would say, and the reason this issue is hard,
I like beer,
is that you can't accommodate both interests. You have to pick. That's the fundamental problem. And one interest has to prevail over the other at any given point in time. And that's why this is so challenging, I think. And the question then becomes, what does the Constitution say about that? And I just want to get your reaction to what the other side's theme is, and I've mentioned it in my prior questions. When you have those two interests at stake, and both are important, as you acknowledge, why should this court be the arbiter rather than Congress, the state legislatures, state Supreme Courts, the people being able to resolve this? And there'll be different answers in Mississippi and New York, different answers in Alabama than California, because there are two different interests at stake, and the people in those states might value those interests somewhat differently.
Oh, there it is.
Why is that not the right answer?
Justice Kavanaugh, it's not the right answer because the court correctly recognized that this is a fundamental right of women. And the nature of fundamental rights is that it's not left up to state legislatures to decide whether to honor them or not. And it's true, different rules would prevail throughout the country if this court were to overrule Roe and Casey. But what that would mean is that women in those states who are refusing to honor their rights and who are forcing them to continue to use their bodies to sustain a pregnancy and then to bring a child into the world will have no recourse other than to travel if they're
Forcing them to continue to use their bodies to sustain a pregnancy. It's amazing. Forcing them to persist in the course that they chose is a wild concept. People talk about well, being opposed to abortion is mandating pregnancy. Nope. No, in no way does the government does not come in with a turkey baster and shove a bunch of semen into your vagina. They don't do that. They don't make you pregnant. You have to get there on your own. But then you made that choice. You took those actions. You knew those consequences.
They're able to afford it or to attempt abortion outside the confines of the medical system or to have a child.
Back alley abortions will increase 20 billion%. Sure they will. Sure they will. Yeah, you know what? Actually, women are going to be so terrified of having babies. What they're going to do is start just shoving all sorts of things up into their vagina to try and kill a baby. That's what they're going to do. That's how they're going to do it. That's right.
Even though that was not the best choice for them and their family.
Thank you.
Justice Barrett?
I have a follow-up to Justice Kagan's question about reliance. I'm just trying to nail down, and I asked Ms. Rickleman this question too, but I'm not sure that I fully understand the government's position or
because she didn't answer
Ms. Rickleman's position. So on pages 18 and 19 of your brief, you talk about reliance interests and you quote some of the language from Casey about a woman's ability to participate in the social and economic life of the nation. And I mentioned the safe haven laws to Ms. Rickleman, and it seems to me I fully understand the reliance interests. They're the airy ones Justice Kagan was referring to, and then they're the more specific ones about a woman's access to abortion as a backup form of birth control in the event that contraception fails so that she need not bear the burdens of pregnancy. But what do you have to say to petitioner's argument that those reliance interests do not include the reliance interests of parenting and bringing a child into the world when maybe that's not the best thing for her family or her career?
I think the state is wrong about that. And I think where the analysis goes wrong and reliance on those safe haven laws is overlooking the consequences of forcing a woman upon her the choice of having to decide whether to give a child up for adoption. That itself is its own monumental decision for her. And so
Wait. It's not a monumental decision to choose abortion, but it is a monumental decision to choose adoption. Why? Why?
I think that there's nothing new about the safe haven laws, or at least nothing new about the availability of adoption as an alternative. Roe and Casey already took account of that fact, and I think that there are certainly, of course, all of the bodily integrity interests that we've referred to, but also the autonomy interests retain in force as well.
Okay, so it's the reliance interests in the right to be able to choose to terminate the pregnancy rather than having to terminate the parental rights.
I think that is part of it, yes. And I think for many women, that is an incredibly difficult choice, but it's one that this court for 50 years has recognized must be left up to them based on their beliefs and their conscience and their determination about what is best for the course of their lives.
Thank you, General.
Thank you, General. Rebuttal, General Stewart.
All right, back to the Mississippi.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice. I'd like to do my best to make 3 points. First, picking up where you just left off, Justice Barrett, on safe haven laws. The respondents in this case, I believe, as Your Honor pointed out, have emphasized parenting burdens being a lead or the lead reason that women seek abortions. I would emphasize safe haven laws as best I've been able to find, first came into existence in 1999 in Texas. They're now ubiquitous, and you're correct, Justice Barrett, that they relieve that huge burden. I would also add that as to burdens during pregnancy, I would emphasize that contraception is more accessible and affordable and available than it was at the time of Roe or Casey. It serves the same goal of allowing women to decide if, when, and how many children to have. And I would also note, just frankly, the lowest cost abortion at Jackson Women's Health is $600 for the abortion. Additional costs and further fees. According to my friends, the respondents and their amici, there are also additional costs related to travel, taking off time off of work, accommodations, all of those sorts of things. Whether
Blowing the shit out of the women can't afford contraception argument. She could drop 600 plus transportation on an abortion, but she can't afford the pill or a condom. She can't have the guy pay for the condom or the pill.
somebody is uninsured or not, the costs of contraception are consistently significantly less than those. Number two, I think Justice Kavanaugh, you had it exactly right when you used the term scrupulously neutral.
By the way, bitch, if you don't have a baby, just put that $600 and buy your man a PS5. He'll stop paying attention to you real quick.
I think that's a very good description of what we're asking for here. I think it's the problem and the value that has evaded the court and will continue to evade this court under Roe and Casey, but that is exactly right. This is a hard issue. It involves, and I would emphasize, Your Honor, that as you said, there are interests here on both sides. There are interests for everyone involved. This is unique for the woman. It's unique for the unborn child, too, whose life is at stake in all of these decisions. It's unique for us as a society in how we decide, if the states get to legislate on this issue, how to decide and how to weigh these tremendously momentous issues. In closing, I would say that in his dissent in Plessy versus Ferguson, Justice Harlan emphasized that there is no caste system here. The humblest in our country is the peer of the most powerful. Our Constitution neither knows nor tolerates distinctions on the basis of race. It took 58 years for this court to recognize the truth of those realities in a decision, and that was the greatest decision that this court ever reached. We're running on 50 years of Roe. It is an egregiously wrong decision that has inflicted tremendous damage on our country and will continue to do so and take innumerable human lives unless and until this court overrules it. We ask the court to do so in this case and uphold the state's law. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, General. Counsel, the case is submitted.
There you go. That's it. That's the end of the argument. That's the end of the argument from both sides. Thank you for hanging out with me while we went through that. I really wanted to finish it, and this is one of the first good times to actually do it. So, yeah, I think he's spot on. I mean, I think whatever you think about abortion, I think the data is clear that abortion is a destructive force on the country, on communities, and on individuals. Obviously destructive to the life that is taken, but I think it's also destructive to the mother. I think it's destructive to the father. I think it's destructive to the grandparents, potential siblings. I think it is understated the lasting effects, both mental and physical, of abortions, because we're not allowed to talk about any of that stuff. If you talk about any of that stuff, you hate women. That's one of the things. But the other thing at the base of this, it was wrongly decided then. And it's only the key argument for upholding Roe versus Wade for the past 50 years. The key argument has been, well, the Supreme Court decided already, so therefore its decision must stand. So, yeah, it's pretty interesting to me. I'm glad to see the arguments made and hear the reasoning or lack of reasoning. You guys get to decide. You know, I have my opinions. I'll always tell you my opinions when I do have them and what they are. I also, other people's opinions don't bother me. I don't think people are lesser or worse for their opinions. I think there are plenty of reasons people can come to a conclusion that is different than mine on this subject. So thanks for hanging out with me and enduring my commentary on it. I'm going to read super chats and then go to bed. Holy shit. Way late. Great US says, tomorrow, if you can memory bank the question or write it down on your desk, Will Barnes stay till Super Chat's read in case some are to him, or will he leave when Super Chats start because they can take a while? I don't know. I don't know how much time he has. In the past, he has done both. He's both stayed for Super Chats. I know he stayed for Super Chats. I think one time he did not stay for Super Chats because he had to go, but it depends on what his schedule is, and I have no idea. He also says, breaking news to no one's surprise, Viva Fry found to be towering over Attorney Tom. By the way, how long has he been delusional, literally a mental illness, about being selected for SCOTUS? Attorney Tom? I don't know. I don't know. Next. Wolfgang Deo says, a tiny Tom. Eldritch Blasted says, Gail Schuler versus Michael Harris. Who wins? Gail Schuler. She's got that the semen cocoon technology. Cooper Chauvin says, don't want to admit it, but I have an alcohol problem. Got the coof. Now beer tastes like crap. Kill me, please. Apparently zinc helps the taste. So they say the zinc helps the taste. I don't know about that. Leave Me says, hey, Nick, I'm a 21-year-old senior in Virginia College, taking the summer to do road trips before entering the workforce. What are the chances you'd be down to grab a drink when I'm in the Midwest? Hi. If I'm here, let me know when you're coming, man. I will, if you're in the area, I do my best to make time to visit with people when they're in the area. But you got to let me know, because sometimes I'm out of state. Sometimes very busy with kid stuff. It all depends. Audra Noel Zenitram says, I'm broke, but here you go. The daily unbreaded must begin. Give us our daily unbread. Tiger Prime sent a penguin. Andrew Smith says, Ricada Law, well, stop being picky, and you'd find a drink you'd like. I have lots of drinks that I do like. Andrew Clark says, got 3 dice, 1s, 10s, and 100s. Roll for random rant. Christopher Conrad says, I had the coof very early on. Taste is fine, but a lot of stuff is a chemical metallic smell. Also hope you get my name right tonight. Christopher Conrad. Kennard, damn it. Why is it Kennard? Chris Topher says, one Attorney Tom is approximately 1.5 Ricadas tall. Slander, lies, and libel. Get fucking sued. Lesbo Brandon says, Nick, I've gotten to where I fall asleep to your stream, to where I have homoerotic nightmares of you ranting at me. Keep up the good work. Andrew Smith says, I might have Rona. I feel like I'm dying. Oh, shit. Don't die, buddy. Trevor R says, COVID made me hate corned beef and menudo that I used to love. Also, shingles and all Lyme disease and neurosyphilis symptoms. Engineered viruses suck. Cloud9 Ninja says, unbreaded. Vienna Waits for You says, I drink more vodka than bourbon. Is that a sin? Yes. The Drunken Rocky says, I saw Sword and Scale in the porcelain chat yucking it up. I asked him when he would go on your show again. He said, whenever you ask him. Yeah, I'll have to. I haven't been reaching out for any interviews lately just because I've been really scrambling, doing shit at home and not knowing specifically when I'll be able to do shows. So that's been the issue so far this year. True Anana Shabbat Bad Pressure Bad Calf Care says, it was only a matter of time before you had lunch with Matt from Tinder. Should have been brunch. D Fox says, whoever said he is too young for shingles, I was 23. Jeffrey Epstein says, I know you talk shit on libertarians. No. Oh, on capital letter libertarians. But how do you feel about Dave Smith and the Mises Caucus of the Libertarian Party? Not familiar. I don't think I have seen a libertarian platform that I find to be workable. I think of libertarianism as a mindset that needs to be put into other platforms. And we start with a libertarian mindset of freedom and then of absolute freedom and then move from there. I'm not sure how the Libertarian Party can develop a governmental platform that is consistent, but that doesn't mean there isn't one. I just haven't seen it. And I'm not familiar with Dave Smith and the Mises Caucus's platform, so I couldn't tell you. Congiant Says, so Elden Ring 25th this month. You plan to play? I do. Cecil says, is adult only content. Says, does anyone know how to get blood out of drywall? Scott Fletcher says, it's not the COVID, it's the Lagavulin changing your palate so only whiskey tastes good. Soon it will only be single malt Islay. Jay says, 10,386 versus 75,309. Tracy 3 says, you definitely need to watch Waffle House trial. Crazy, literally. Shador says, please play a few minutes of Edgecomb's Cross for Barnes. Catherine Cooper, thanks for the donation. Cecil says, does anyone know how to get semen out of drywall? Harvey Weinstein says, do you consider Peacemaker a real American hero? Us? Wait, who the fuck is Peacemaker? El Gonzo says, honk honk. Cecil says, I can get that guy a Fauci beagle cheap. Eric L says, dude, that toast hit me. Tears were flowing. You may not own dogs, but you hit exactly why they are owned. Daniel Tarasevich says, when you're in Dallas, come to Emoto. What the fuck is Emoto? Let's go. Brandon says, nicotinamide 4 drips have been helping a lot of people with post-COVID issues. Maybe it could help you. I'm sure I can't get one because our fucking clinic system in this area is garbage. Kyle Rose says, I feel sorry for people who don't drink. When they wake up in the morning, that's as good as they're going to feel all day. Quoting Dean Martin. John Kavanaugh says, can I get an unbreaded? Unbreaded. Cars in Depth says, as long as heads still taste good, right? Oh, God damn it. Rudolph says, this is too much fun for YouTube. Samantha Sargent says, I managed to catch a stream right before bed, FML. Tiger Prime says, is skunk beard unbreaded? Yes. It is. Andrew Smith says, just get a notepad and write down what pages are read. It's a lot of work. Joseph Baca says, when reading the manifesto, replace every N-word with Binger. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Ernest Shackleton says, trial of 3 Floyd cops delayed because Lane got the coof. Olaf, son of Rasmus says, jelly roots. Exactly. Someone knows. When you know, you know. Rudolph says, lol. Kalinka says, F you, I was sewing and your auto-tune Richards describing that manifesto caused me to prick my finger. Now I'm dead. Boo. Sypho says, your opinion on Harvard lawsuit. My white male 17-year-old with tons of extras with 4.8 GPA equivalent and 35 ACT is passed up by Ivy schools for diversity. Courts have basically said they can kind of do it. As long as it's not the sole basis of their decision, even if it practically is the sole basis of their decision, then kind of do it. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. It's a real shame. Personally, though, recognizing the economic value of a place like Harvard or Yale, okay, and ignoring that for a minute. If your goal is actually education, do you trust an educational institution that weighs race over everything else? But again, that ignores the economic value of an Ivy League school, which is undeniable. If you come out of an Ivy League school, especially high up in the class, you have a severe economic advantage over your competition. El Gonzo 1000 says, can she be prosecuted for murdering the defendant? New dislike button says, hashtag puny scrotums matter. Pie is God says, wonder if the judge will have him disrobe. Do you see the balls in this courtroom? El Gonzo says, she identifying him by the family jewels. Rudolph says, we know what happened. Let's settle the case. Jeremy says, I live 0.4 miles from the Waffle House in this case. My footage from the cops searching our actual backyard for him was used all over national media. Cool. Sharvin Hefner says, do they serve blue waffles? Alex Anderson says, dude, I've been chugging whiskey with you for 4 months. Did you see the teacher had to quit because she wouldn't meow at her kid? What? No. Well, because the kid identifies as a cat. That's amazing. No, I had no idea. Rudolph says, testimony legit. Clumsy Clairvoyant says, the hero guy gets impeached by the defense. Ooh. Ooh, we're going to check that out in the next couple days here. Daryl Golfin, thank you for the donations. Dr. Diddler says, as if the food wasn't traumatizing enough. Leaf Me says, look, free balling it in a Waffle House sounds base. It really only becomes bad when you start shooting people. CH says, hey, Nick, just finished catching up on your ministering of the Book of Harris. Great stuff. Mad Evil Genius says, the leg wanted a divorce. New dislike button says, as someone who was very pro-abortion at one point in my life, I judge the shit out of those who get abortions and support them. No good arguments, in my opinion. Leaf K. Brooks says, isn't Lawrence v. Texas also my body, my choice? It's my anus, my choice. Koi 540 says, I think Roe versus Wade has created a cultural crack in the foundation of this country. It's been destroying it since murder was sanctioned. 65 million. Agent Rude says, I still don't understand how straight-facedly someone can say that the right to abort a fetus is a fundamental right while demand that I get my DNA altered by their vaccine for public safety. Wolfgang Deo says, if someone burns your house, you lose your house. If someone kills your kid, that is a life lost. Houses can be rebuilt. My puppy was swapped. New dislike button says, she just admitted 1/4 of women kill their kid, and yet society decides men are the monsters. In my opinion, 1/4 women at least are confirmed monsters. Nick Naylor says, the average man's load is worth between $800 and $1,200. A woman who gets pregnant on purpose without a man's permission should be charged with grand theft. New dislike button says, this is one topic I actually pride myself on being able to debate very well. None of their arguments are consistent in logic, morals, or science. Rich Clark says, there is no morally, legally consistent case for abortion/baby murder. That's what led me to being pro-life. Eventually, won't be a constraint. Nathan George says, if a woman loses a child due to an assault, it is considered murder. Yes, in many states. I don't know if all of them. But abortion is legal. This means a woman solely chooses based on if she wants a kid, if it is murder or not, how that fetus dies. Maybe not entirely. Because if a woman loses a baby to an assault, it may not be her choice to prosecute the case. That might actually just be the state's decision at that point. True Nana Shabbat, bad pressure, bad calf care says, my thoughts on abortion. You spread it. You must unbread it. Mindy Wilson says, my child was born at 24 weeks, 1 pound, 7 ounces. She'll be 18 in April with no health complications. Unbreaded pro-lifer. Very cool, Mindy. Many blessings to you and your child there. S. Asp says, life begins at the spark of life, and it's magical. Bad Vibe says, in 50 years, we will be discussing abortion and viability when artificial wombs are invented. And yes, it is medical tech being considered. Angry Bellsprout says, anytime I hear them say stare decisis, I say plessy. Cooper Chauvin says, okay, then viability. All abortions shall now be performed to remove and try to save the fetus. If it survives, it was viable. Tough luck for the soulless. Less dead kids is better. Well, the part of the questions is, how do they remove, at what age, and what resuscitative measures are required? Sentinel Rex says, her liberty argument equals the baby's enslaving me. Brandon Lesko says, give me liberty or give my unborn child life. Rich Clark says, repeal 14th Amendment. The left draws all their power from the 14th Amendment, including the rights to abortions, apparently. S. Asp says, does she not comprehend that the quickening occurs at 12 weeks? Keon, welcome to Super Lawyer status. Thank you. Hitman 132I says, can you ask Robert Barnes if he denounces the manly man cuck that he had on his channel, John Goldman? I think Barnes and Viva made very clear they're not super interested in talking about Jack Murphy and piling on that scenario. So I will probably not bring it up. I don't do that to people normally. But that's just how I tend to run things. But if he wants to talk about it, I'm happy to talk about it. But I'm not going to force that topic on him when he and Viva both publicly stated that they're interested in different things. Alex Anderson says, you've been the biggest influence on how I've felt, and I haven't cared about influence BS. So I appreciate you, buddy. Hey, Alex, I appreciate you being here too. Thank you. Thank you. Sejong the Great says, takes two to tango. There is no one side to this. DBZ says, my argument about abortion right excluding men should exclude women who have given birth. Not that I agree with this logic. DBZ says, women who have not given birth, ugh. As Aft says, just stop the BS and recognize life begins at conception, that babies deserve life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, along with due process and freedom. J.K. Wynn says, when no good faith and people are disingenuous with arguments, this is how we get here. Call the bluff, concede abortion for no restraint on Second Amendment, pass morals onto kids. They'll never give no restrictions on the Second Amendment. They won't do it. Sejong the Great says, oh, Roe versus Wade is now on the chopping block. Literally, when you make this argument, you're now arguing the whole block of precedent fail. Sejong the Great says, no, none of those are human rights issues. Sexual satisfaction, prevention measures, sexual health issues, like all of the preconception stuff seems to be right out the window. Equal application of the law matters. PP exists for all. Is that Planned Parenthood? I don't know. Or is that a PP? Eric Miller says, so if the condom breaks, does the dad have the right to walk away and be a deadbeat? No. Nope. Never. That's the issue. It's not an equal rights issue. They keep arguing as if it is, but it's demonstrably not an equal rights issue because the male consideration is not part of the equation, and it should be. However they rationalize it, but if nothing else, a father has an interest in the baby. They only ever talk about the state's interest, the baby's interest, and the mom's interest. Dads have an interest in that baby. They may agree with the mom, but they might not. Stay easy, my friend says, gee, most of these arguments could be applied to kids or even adults. These people are pure evil and they express it deadpan like it's normal. Well, yeah, the viability argument, I know people get hung up on viability and they say, well, if it can't survive without a machine or whatever, then it's not viable. All babies need some level of intervention, right? Well, if it can't survive without breastfeeding, then it's not viable. I mean, fuck. What's the abstraction here? What's the abstraction? Viability as it stands under the law is where the baby becomes more likely to live than to die. I think is the basic. It's not actually that, because that wasn't true at the time Casey was decided, but that's kind of an easy way to think about it. But as medical technology improves, and eventually when we have an artificial womb, you'll have little babies popping up in artificial womb. They can while they're still microscopic, take it right out of the mom, stick that sucker in an artificial womb, and then poof, you got a baby. Who knows what's going to happen then? Sejong the Great says, Planned Parenthood could not have been better according to Democrat Margaret Sanger's design. If she didn't do it, LBJ killed it better. Brewing Bear says, damn, just came in. You're crushing some shit. Would you want to go on We Are Here with Elijah Schaefer and Sydney Watson? I answered you in chat, but I'll answer it again in case people don't know. February 10th, I will be in studio with Sydney Watson and Elijah Schaefer down in Dallas, and I'm very much looking forward to it. Rick Varr says, baby number 4 on the way. Finally got that daughter. Maybe roll the dice on number 5 for another girl. We'll see. Johnny Walker Red for celebration. Cheers. Hey, cheers, brother. Get it. Get it. Kids are great, even when they're annoying. Alex Anderson says, how much to keep you going? I've been drinking High West all night in Chicago at the Hawks game too. I gotta wrap up and go to bed, buddy, once I get done with these super chats, because I have to get up and teach in the morning. For those who don't know, our kids are homeschooled, but we go to a homeschool co-op a couple times a month, and I teach the junior high and high school kids the Constitution. So we've had some setbacks with weather, with COVID, and then a personal fever and in our family last time, so we weren't able to go in, and so I'm way behind on the syllabus there. Keldrick says she dodged that question like a deadbeat dad dodges a DNA test. Sejong the Great says, okay, I agree to some extent. The state has no obligation to see the child to term. At the same extent, the mother has no obligation to produce a child. SDFU says one condom is obviously cheaper than a baby vac. What about 6 months of condoms? Those dumpsters figure you can't get knocked twice. Rock it till the wheels fall off. Well, the condom is not the sole responsibility of the woman, right? In fact, I would largely argue that it's primarily men buying condoms, and so that's not her thing. If women want contraceptive, it's something like $12 a month. Can be a little bit more, a little bit less, and it could always be made less. By the way, the government is just fine with subsidizing contraception, with regulating fucking everything in the pharmaceutical industry. There's no reason for the contraceptive pill, the regular pill. There's no reason for that thing to cost basically any money at all at this point. Again, in many, if not most states, you can go to Walmart and get the pill for $4 a month, the generic version. So this is, again, and the government would happily subsidize that shit. They subsidize everything else. JK Win says, solution, don't be a town bike, have accountability. Jason Libro says, I think we have to consider Dave Chappelle on this one. If a woman can kill it, then we shouldn't have to pay for it and should be able to disown it. Exactly. That's a very real consideration. Shador says, no rape exception. Fake rape claims will skyrocket. But I'm willing to go at least to there for now to get the main stuff out of the way and then to address that argument on its own. Angry Bellsprout says, good Ninth Amendment cases seems constantly ignored. I don't know off the top of my head. It's the Ninth Amendment is sort of, it's like a vague amendment. It's very general. I don't know that there's a ton of very explicit case law on it. But I'll see if I can look some up. Angry Bellsprout says, should Safe Haven require fathers to be notified? Yes. Deathwish, I see you. 13 hours in Super Troopers. We'll see. I got to get back onto Twitch, but I've just had too many really early mornings lately. Even when I'm not streaming, too many early mornings. Specific Ocean says, Nick, 2 days ago, lost my dog of 14 years to pancreatic cancer. It was a long, hard fight full of many sleepless nights, but we made it 5 years. My question is, do you think our pets go to heaven? I have no idea, man. I have no idea what our concept of heaven even is. And this is a long and weird and completely off topic sort of esoteric discussion. But I have a problem with the idea of, with a conceptual idea of a selective heaven. I know that sounds heretical, and it probably is, but like, for example, just hypothetically, if heaven is paradise and your paradise is with someone that you've spent your entire life with and they don't make it to heaven, then your paradise is diminished. So that's a weird thing to me. Does that make sense? So I think the short answer is if you believe in heaven, I think it's very fine to accept the idea that your pets go there and wait for you. SCFU says alpha lipoic acid can improve your taste and smell. Pastor Flash says only bum sex from now on. Alex Anderson, thanks for the donation. Ryan Blue Thunder says that a Hobby Zone modular paint organization setup you got there. Yes. Well, I don't know. It's not Hobby Zone, I don't think, but it is a modular paint organization setup. That's for sure. Mario Carter 13 says, never knew Breyer sounded like George Takei. Oh my. New dislike button says, can you film those classes so we can watch and learn? No, I don't have a way to do that. SCFU FFS says, you're onto something. No aborts, but free contraception. I'm fine with that. I don't see any particular problem with subsidy programs that already exist covering monthly contraceptive costs. Ken's Counseling Couch says, have fathers' abortion rights been before SCOTUS? No. And they never will be. There we go. That's it, guys. That's the chats. Andrew Smith, we'll see. We'll see, buddy. And I will email you. I'm sorry. I woke up today at what was it, 8 a.m, and I didn't sit down for any period of time that was free until I took a nap from 8 to 10:40. Yeah. That's all I had. 8 p.m. to 10:40 p.m. I didn't even eat dinner today. So I was running all over the place, but I will get your email answered, and we'll talk soon, I hope. Thanks, chat, for joining me. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a good, remember, tomorrow I'll be on Critical Drinker stream. I'll tweet it out when I'm joining and let everybody know. I'll put it on locals or whatever too. So watch for that. Or just watch Critical Drinker stream. And then when I pop in, I mean, I'm going to try to be there at the beginning, but I'm not 100% sure on the timing. But whenever I pop in, you'll already be there. So, all right, guys, catch you soon. Have a good night. And until next time, peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lubroy, the spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all planet folks from Dundee to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law